All right, are we live? Are we going? Can we see? Can we hear? Test, test, test. Hello, everybody. Where are my glasses? What the heck? Oh. Oh. Sorry, I just. Sorry, I just like got really confused there for a second because I found like an entire like unopened like cartridge, like THC cartridge, and I don't remember like where it came from. And I still don't remember where it came from, but I have like a whole extra one. Don't I? Yeah, I do. Ugh. Anyways, so can't hear it. Just Cassidy. I see Becca. I see Flower Dragon. I see Tyler. Cassidy, of course. Excellent, excellent. We will wait just a little bit and then we will get started. We got some really interesting topics today. Some controversies, something that's happening as of today, like just a few hours. I think it's wrapping up at this point, but it's been breaking news like all day about a Twitch streamer that kind of sparked some mayhem in New York City's Union Square. I used like outrage in my title. I probably should have changed that. It's not, I mean, it's kind of an outrage. Some people are outraged, but it's nothing severely moralistic. So we'll see how that's going today. These glasses are dirty. So, Katrina, good to see you. Good to see all y'alls. Hope you've had a good week. It is now Friday. It is, let's see, August 4th. My brain's still in July. Like, I'm not even registering that it's August now. Like, the year's almost done. Essentially. So, let's see. We have a Twitch streamer by the name of, what was it? Oh, yeah, Kai Cenat. I don't know if it's Cenat or Cenat. I don't even know how to pronounce that. I don't know who this live streamer is. I've never heard of him before. I guess he's really popular on Twitch. A lot of people watch him, and in a nutshell, was planning to do some sort of public giveaway thing in New York City, and it really backfired. And from what I've gathered so far, I guess he was on a bus with his crew and they were getting out of their bus to go walk to a location or something because of traffic, and people ended up swarming him right there in the streets. So, thousands of people have overrun Union Square Park and were surrounding lanes of traffic in New York City on Friday as a popular Twitch streamer held a video game giveaway. Okay. I guess there was rumors that he was giving away like PlayStations, but I don't know if that was actually what he was planning or if that. Oh, he did say announced that he would give away a PlayStation 5 video game consoles at 4 p.m. in Union Square. Well, it's not working out. Be there. giveaway. This was posted on, it looks like Instagram. Why is it always a PlayStation? Hey, people really like PlayStations and they're extremely expensive. Who am I talking about? It's some Twitch streamer named Cenat or Cenat. I don't know. So anyways, yes, he is a really popular Twitch streamer, has a lot of fans, and was going to do a public giveaway in Union Square Park in New York. And it went really wrong. Something about the logistics, and people ended up crowding him in busy street, and he actually had to get taken out there. Now, I did see that he was in police custody, but that doesn't mean like he's done anything wrong. I think they just maybe have detained him to get more on this situation. But I can't imagine causing a public stir so much that there's NYPD and like helicopters floating overhead. Like, I don't think that's gonna be like an oopsie moment. There's definitely gonna be some investigation about that. Because there was people in the streets like gridlocking all the traffic, like, and I'm trying to find a clip of the video, but somewhere there's scene of like where Kai actually does get away, him and his crew, but there's like people piled on top of the car and falling off as he's driving away. I don't think it was him driving exactly. He did have like a lot of bodyguards there. So I don't know why my throat's really scratchy. I think it's like trying to drop. I need to do some, what's the word? Like vocal training to learn how to like speak easier, like lower or like in my chest, because I'm kind of getting there in some cases, but not quite in others. People go crazy insane if they think they can get something for nothing. Yeah, people love free things. I love free things. Typically things that seem too good to be true, though, in those instances usually are. So, I mean, hey, show up at this place, maybe you'll win a PlayStation, maybe not. So, thousands of people showed up and took over the park and roads bordering it as the police struggled to contain them. Upon first arriving over the scene, WABC reporter Shannon Sohn in Newscopter 7 reported seeing a group of police officers holding up pieces of plywood and taking cover behind cars that were stuck on 14th Street because of the crowd, as they were pelted by objects thrown from the mass people. Shit. I'm telling you, this is happening today. Like, at this point, it's calmed down, like, considerably, but this is breaking news today. Like, how crazy it is. And we're talking a ton of people. Like, it looks like it's a riot. So yeah, a lot of people in this crowd were throwing shit at police officers. They were not prepared for that. So there was a construction happening near the 14th Street subway station, and people in the crowd had grabbed and were throwing paint cans and other equipment. Oh shit. Several people climbed on top of the gazebo, which covers the subway, as well as the George Washington statue. Fuck George Washington, who gives a shit? Which depicts the former president riding a horse. I'm never a proponent of people getting hurt and harmed, like, but there's something about all of this that amuses me greatly. So the sheer number of people and their seeming desire to get a glimpse of, is it Cenat or Cenat? I don't know. I don't know who this streamer is. I've never heard of them. But apparently they're popular enough to cause this fucking riot, so... And they're certainly going to be popular now, aren't they? Maybe not for good reasons, but they're definitely going to get the public representation there. What is wrong with people? I mean, at this point in my life, I've kind of given up on that question. Okay, later SUV believed to be carrying Cenat drove away from the scene on 17th Street while about to... A dozen people were hanging on the side and clinging to the... Oh, yeah. He did. I did see his Instagram post, like, about the situation, and it just showed a picture of, like, the TV screen, and then him saying to his fans, like, I love you, or whatever, like, you guys are the best, this fan base is, like, real. And it just, like... Some Ethan Klein was saying just today that it's giving off that vibe of, like, Trump, like, I love you, you're special, stand down and stand by. Flower says, greed is a huge motivator. Look at the rich. No amount is enough when the huge Hugh Hefner, richest man, blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah. When Hugh Hefner was the richest man in the U.S., if not the world, he was asked how much was enough, and he said a little bit more. I mean, I don't think it's greed that's the motivator of the crowd. I think they genuinely just want to, like, win a free PlayStation. Like, people just love free stuff. And probably a chance to meet him. But for him to do this, it's more probably just publicity. So this is kind of like a precursor to, like, the live stuff we're going to get into. And there's... There's a lot. We're going to, like, watch some of this live stuff, so... It's Friday night, baby. We're in for the long haul. We got this subject coming up. I want to read over the Lizzo lawsuit documents. We're most likely not going to read them all word for word because there's like 40 pages, and there's no way I'm going to sit and read 40 pages. But we're going to get into the Lizzo lawsuit, and then there's been what is it, like transcripts of audio of Rudy Giuliani that have been released, and it's crazy. Holy shit. And this isn't something like somebody said he said. This is an actual, like, there are recordings of him, but this is just the transcript. It's just the recording in typing. But I wish we could actually hear the real audio. How fucking amazing would that be? That would be cringe city, because wait until, like, we read into that. And if you've seen this before, don't give it away to the other people, because it's like, it's nutso. There's another video that funny guy who wears the Bud Light costume and trolls the anti-gay protesters. He released a new one, like, yesterday, so we might watch that at the end. And then I was trying to look up stuff about Trump's third indictment. Not so much the indictment itself, but I was trying to find, like, protesters, like, outside of the arraignment. And I mean, I found some interesting things, but just, like, not enough to, like, do a huge, like, segment on it. But just, like, the protesters who are, like, waving flags. Like, one of them I saw that it says, like, vote for Trump, like, Trump or death. Like, something like that. Like, these people are insane. I think there's a lot of MAGA people that are even, like, backing out at this point. Like, this is too culty. While others are... It's either they're giving... Like, they're backing off or they're doubling down. Hey, Roxy. Good to see you. Crazy.
And streets in that area have been shut down. Subway trains currently bypassing.
Some breaking news right now out of New York City. Take a look at this massive. There, thousands of people have overrun Union Square Park and some of its surrounding lanes of traffic, all for a chance at a PlayStation 5 giveaway.
Let's explain this to you. The situation quickly got out of control after one of the most popular streamers on the video game streaming website Twitch, Cenat, announced that he would give away PlayStation 5 consoles. Right now, this is a live look at the situation. It's clearing out a little bit from our sister station, WABC TV. NYPD telling
This shit is crazy, I'm telling you. Let's get a little bit of a precursor here.
It's calm out there. Nah, Seattle's fire. You went out there? I can't take out there. I heard it's fire.
So that's him.
We love.
That's him, and this is like the very beginning of where they're gonna like start doing the live stream and doing the giveaway, and then you'll see how it like quickly turns. It ends in a really funny way too. It's kind of like a horror movie. That's right in my ear.
Oh, we don't got no chat. Fuck it. Yo,
Hey, Cassie.
I ain't gonna lie, chat. We got no chat on the screen. I'm sorry, chat. Oh, that's unfortunate. We miss y'all, chat. Hey, look. Raheem's dead and somebody shot him. Yeah. Somebody shot him. And I know you're in the screen. I know some of y'all really not here right now. Some of them not here right now. Who? Some of them not here right now. Not here? Yeah, some of them not here right now. They mad because they not here? They just got to make their way. They not here. They not here. Here, 14th, here. Here? What the fuck is that nigga?
I don't. Okay, so they're talking about somebody who shot somebody else. Am I getting that right?
Talking about chat. Yo, chat. Yo, what the fuck is going on, man? Yo,
Let's see. Let's
like,
get...
it feels so good to be here. Like, niggas is hometown. Like, it's home court advantage. We got home court advantage, bro. Home court advantage. Look at this. Look at this.
So this is when they're about to get ready to go out into public, into the Union Square, and do their public giveaway.
Look at them. They standing like a fucking unity, bro.
There's police around already.
That's right now. I bet. So we out. Yo, chat. Look, wait, let me tell chat something real quick. Yo, chat. I know y'all here with me. It's time. But what goes on from here on out, bro, you feel what I'm saying? Everybody for themselves. Because there's a war out there, man. God it.
Okay.
God did. Turn me up, man. Oh, yo, man. I need to get amped up in this shit. Yeah, what are you doing? Yo, play that Fredo shit. Play that. Oh my God, it's Yo, make sure y'all protect Chris. He got the motherfucking camera. He got the
Protect Chris. He has the camera. I don't think there's going to be much protecting in this situation, especially with all the people.
Yo, go back, boy.
Yeah. I can't have nobody bumping into my shit.
All the A&P out here, man.
I don't know if he does. He must, if he's giving out PlayStations, he must be like a game streamer, because that's typically like what's on Twitch, and you know, a lot of money is made in that.
Let me get off first.
Where we going? Where the park? Where the park at? Right here. Oh shit.
So they're supposed to be at the park, but they're not parked like right next to it, so they're having to walk across, and I think that's when everybody started like swarming, so they got caught in the middle of the street, and it went very south.
Yo, I can't have nobody bumping into my book bag this time.
Like, look at all the bodyguards already. Oh shit.
These niggas splitting up. They splitting up.
There's a lot of chaos going on. Like, that's such a weird response too. Like, somebody you want to see like gets out of the van, and I guess that's not unusual. But I don't know why they would choose there to like get out of their bus, you know, and they're not even like at the location.
Yo, I cannot go out there with the book bag.
Oh, she's trying to get help her. They put the camera there, and then the feed ends. You see how weird that is? Like how it ends like a horror movie. Like They just put the camera down and then it ends.
I cannot go out there with a book bag.
And then it's just like really silent. That's creepy, actually. All right, so now we have some premise. Let's check out some of this stuff. Now, again, this happened today. This is breaking news, but this is like going back to the beginning of the stream, which streamed live 2 hours ago. It's just starting to settle down, but you know, there's going to be mega coverage on this for sure, and the updates. Hey, Elise. All right, let's go.
Merging in on each other and literally throwing bottles and
Oh my god.
It looked like a total
What
mess.
the hell? Looking at this, you'd think it was a protest. Like, this looks like protests back in the early days of 2020. Straight up. Look at all these cops. This guy over here is like, what the fuck is happening? None of these people are prepared. It was supposed to just be a regular ass day at work. I don't know, aren't you supposed to, like, pay a bunch of fees and stuff for gathering publicly like that?
Here that people, it was, and now, and I want to bring you back to these live pictures to show you. I told you earlier at the
Jesus!
subway station.
Look at all of that.
There were people up on the roof. Police were able to clear that for a little while, but now they are going back up. Originally, they were using a ladder. Now they've got people up on the roof, and they're holding out hands for other people and just pulling them up onto the roof of the subway station at
What if that would, like, collapse or something?
14th and Union Square. So they did manage.
Like, you don't know if that's safe. You don't know if that's safe at all, especially if you get enough people up there. Also, what's the point? All the helicopters around. This is insane.
Ladder away from them, and presumably that ladder was there for the construction happening in this area. But
Hot.
crowd
Live
are
news
trying
now.
To get up on the roofs of this. They're trying to get up onto the statue over here. Now, a few minutes ago, we showed you the statue, and the crowd was gathered around this. Now we've got some people up on the statue, but a lot of that crowd has dispersed. So it is moving around a bit, but it is also filling in, which is just a scary prospect here. Again, police aviation overhead trying to get a handle on this too, and trying to position police officers.
They're in no position. They're not in a position at all to be doing anything. They're completely surrounded. This is like the only time where I very marginally feel bad for the police. Like, none of them are fit. Sorry. They all look like they were doing just the minimal of work that day.
Where they need them, but I keep being drawn back to this picture here where people were trying just to get through traffic, and now people climbing on top of their cars to the point where you almost can't see the vehicles.
Yes, Shannon, we are getting some information now that 6 trains are right now.
They're just like slowly batting like the empty water bottles away. What the fuck is wrong with people? I don't know. This is like mob mentality is like really weird sometimes. Actually, all the time.
Bypassing the 14th Street Union Square station in both directions. Obviously,
Oh my
deference to
God.
what's going on there. And you mentioned that.
Look at that. Sea of fucking people. That's what I mean. This is so nuts. This isn't just like just a small crowd and things got out of hand like at the park. Like, this is like a massive thing that has to be dealt with. That's why there's so many fucking like news copters and shit around.
Where we saw the people up on the roof there, that has been under construction. So that added danger of what has been a construction area for weeks now.
Dude, somebody can get, because that crowd is not like, has like no form or method of control at all. You can die in those situations, especially like if you're trying to get out. Like at any point, if any of those people are like, nah, I really want to leave right now, this is too claustrophobic, they most likely can't. Like, the more people gather, the more they're up against each other, the more pressure, and then there's, like, more energy, too, so it heats up, and it gets extra hot. That's why you get hot at concerts and stuff.
That's that big entrance to the train station right there in Union Square Park. Probably why they were able to find a ladder around there, and I'm assuming the workers, once they started seeing the crowds and stuff, kind of dispersed themselves.
The park workers. Like, they're just, man, they're just like scooping dog poop and like picking up like trash from people's fast food. Like, leave them alone. Leave them alone. Caring for a park has got to be some of like, I mean, I'm not saying if you enjoy it, like, I mean, for me, that would be like the most dismal work to like have to do is like picking up after that. I mean, there would definitely be some pride in keeping the park nice, but I could totally imagine with all the crowd there, they're just like, no, just drop the broom or the rake where it lays and go the fuck home.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely the case. And you're seeing right here an arrest being made by police officers. But look at the chairs that are strewn about. So chairs were being thrown. They're trying to put up barricades. But as people try to get through those barricades, police are now making arrests through this area. And we talked about that gazebo over the 14th Street station. You know, it's under construction. That's a fear in and of itself. But it's not intended to hold human body weight on top of it. That's not its purpose. So this is a whole nother problem that could evolve because of this completely chaotic crowd. I mean, that is literally the only way to describe a crowd like this. And they're all looking for something free. Who knows if they're going to get it at the end, and who knows what that is going to look like when this is all said and done.
Right. And Shannon, even though we had heard that Cenat had been
oh my God, the way they're like blocking off traffic, like, you see what I mean? Like, you can't even see the road underneath them. This looks like just an extension of the park, but then like you zoom out more and you see where all the major roads are blocked off.
Streaming live from down in that crowd. At this point, we don't even know if he's still down there, do we?
No, we don't. You know, I'm trying to look for that green shirt again, and the crowd is just so thick. It's hard to make it out. So we genuinely don't know. But how he would get out of this crowd at this point is a question as well. I can't even imagine how he would work his way out. I don't even think police officers would be able to get to him to help him out if that's what he needed at this point. It is just a mob scene down below.
Right, and it does not seem like he walked into that crowd with his own private security who could potentially help him navigate his way out of that situation. We are starting to hear that there have been some NYPD officers who have suffered some injuries. We have no idea at this point the extent of those injuries. I would imagine, considering the atmosphere down there, that we are going to start to hear about injuries. Police as well as those who are there in the crowd.
Oh, I would absolutely think so. But you can see things have certainly changed on the police front. You were looking down at
I want to go.
Some free stuff.
I just want to fast forward to like where they're actually talking to other people.
But I think they're part of the happening now. Eyewitness News reporter Stefan Kim is standing by with more. Stefan, where are you right now?
Well, Sandra, as you can see, I am standing next to the Union Square subway station entrance where it looks like it was closed off because of construction. But look up on top of that. That's what's happening on top of the subway station entrance. There's, I can't even count, countless people up on top of there. They're climbing it right now, as you can see.
Imagine being one of those people stuck in like the road and like all those people are around. It's like shit.
In fact, if you can pan to your left, they're actually on top of the statue here at Union Square. I've actually got a couple of his followers here with me who can kind of explain to us what they were expecting, what happened. Young man, give me your name real quick and tell me why you came out here, what you expected to happen, what did happen.
All right, my name is Dilico Antavius. So basically, it's, it's a Cenat, Phantom, all of the AMP members. Oh, I don't know about all of them, but they pulled up, do a little meet and greet and a giveaway for the fans.
Giveaway of what was the understanding?
So, from my understanding, PS5s, video game accessories, PCs. But I don't think they will actually give away an actual PC, because how is somebody going to carry that? So I'm pretty sure it's gift cards for them to then go and get the P5 themselves.
Oh, interesting.
You, along with your friends, came out here thinking that you would get some freebies. Is that correct?
Not that we're thinking, but there's a chance to, because there's so many people and there's only so much you could give.
Has any of that happened?
Well,
is he here?
He's here right now.
Well, then you were thinking that. You were thinking you could go down and potentially win something. That's the point. That's the gimmick.
giving out, but people are, people are being people. There's so many people here. People are pushing around, so you can't really get it organized.
People are being people. Yeah, that definitely shows a lack of organization. You can't just show up to a park and be like, I'm going to give away some free stuff and expect it not to go awry like that. If you're that kind of, like, status in streaming, which apparently this guy was or is, like, a really popular streamer that I have never heard of before. Peopling.
Okay, and
I really hate it when people.
before we came on, you were telling me that, in your own words, that some people out here were bugging out. Explain to me what you saw, what you meant by that.
Bugging out?
Like you can see, like, there's no excuse, obviously, for what happened, but, stuff like that just happens all the time. People being reckless. It's New York City. Stuff like this happens every day. Well,
what? No, it doesn't. I mean... Like, there's helicopters. This is making breaking news on so many fucking, like, networks. I'm not judging this kid at all. I just think the things he's saying is funny.
Well, thank you and be safe. As you can see, Sandra, we've also heard and seen...
Jesus, all of that. All of that. Look at all of this shit. That is a lot of people.
Incidents of construction equipment behind me. I'm going to show you one last live look again of what's happening here. Construction equipment being tossed around. We saw smoke. I'm not sure if that was a fire or some kind of smoke bomb. Again, this was all sparked by a Twitch streamer, a social media influencer. He has 20 million followers. He asked them all to meet him here at Union Square for what was a PlayStation.
20 million followers? All right, yeah, that's pretty damn good. But you have 20 million followers, and then you just put out just a blanket statement like, hey, come here at this time, and I'll give you... You could potentially win a free PlayStation. Yeah, that's not very well organized. Oh, I think the yard people are here. I was like, what is that vacuuming noise? I think it's the leaf blower. Really smart would have been to have a meet and greet. Yeah. And then, yeah, surprise the crowd with, like, giveaways. That would be impressive. A lot less frenzied. Yeah, it definitely should have been organized more as, like, a meet and greet. Can people do less peopling? Is anyone masking in that crowd? I don't know.
PlayStation 5 giveaway at 4 o'clock. Apparently, we're also hearing that people showed up only to find out there were no freebies. And as you heard, he is here. At one moment, he was live streaming in a van nearby, but he did step out. As you heard, he's out here greeting his fans. We even observed Chief of Department Madry out here having objects thrown at him. Cops are obviously outnumbered out here. They're standing back for the most part. We're hearing that there are officers who have been injured. Unclear at this hour the extent and severity of the injuries. But, we're also seeing paint left over.
Cassidy, it is not aliens. Like, what do you... A vacuuming noise is aliens? Like, what are they going to do? Is that where they probe my ass, vacuuming it out like a colonoscopy?
From this construction project near this entrance that's been tossed around and vandalized. Some of the equipment entrance here. As we made our way towards this area, there are many, many streets around here closed. Police officers, we noticed...
Holy shit! Hold on, back up. I'm just noticing something.
There were no freebies, and as you heard, he is here. At one moment, he was live streaming in a van nearby, but he did step out. As you heard, he's out here greeting his fans. We even observed Chief of Department Madry out here having objects thrown at him. Cops are obviously outnumbered out here. They're standing back for the most part. We're hearing that there are officers who have been injured. Unclear at this hour the extent and severity of the injuries. But, we're also seeing paint left over.
Look at all these people at the fucking corner of the building. There's like a car moving, and there's a fuck ton of people on top of the car. I think that's the car that Kai's in. Look at that! What the fuck? What are they doing? Someone's gonna die. Really? Would you die for fucking a PlayStation? I wouldn't. I'm not doing that.
area, but as you can see, there's a large crowd here. We're hearing estimates of
What
thousands
the
and thousands of people
fuck?
who showed up, and clearly NYPD is vastly outnumbered in the situation.
Stefan, I don't want to interrupt you for one quick second right now because you're looking at live pictures of a car that was literally covered
shit.
with people, and we do believe that that was the vehicle that had Cenat in it, which you can see now looked as though could have been leaving the area. That is why you're seeing that crowd there chase after.
That's it.
That's the vehicle right there.
Holy
that they believe
shit.
Cenat is in right now. As Stefan
Is that
was saying,
him?
He
Oh,
was
no.
there. He was in the crowd for a little bit of time, but clearly this was an out of control.
Oh my
crowd,
god.
And
oh my fuck. Do y'all have any idea how fucking dangerous it is to do that? To just jump on top of a car like that? I mean, at that, like, the car has no choice but to leave the situation. I mean, what are you gonna start doing? Rocking the car, flip it over, light it on fire? Like, what's the end goal with that? I'm gonna jump on this moving vehicle. That seems like a fabulous idea. I think I'm gonna accomplish a lot by that direction.
no freebies given away, no
What
giveaway
the
whatsoever
hell?
getting in the car, but clearly you're looking at a very dangerous situation with this car now driving pretty fast with those people clinging on to the side and top of it.
It's mind-boggling.
It's mind-boggling why they're not stopping to let these people off the car.
What
the
fuck?
And then someone fell off. Okay, joining us now is
See, I mean, at that point, maybe you should stop.
Bob Boyce, former NYPD, to talk
more
about this situation. Bob, can you hear us? It's Liz Cho and Sandra Bookman.
I can, Liz. I can hear you.
Okay, we know you're on the phone. I don't know if you have an opportunity to see what's going on in Union Square, but talk to us a little bit about police procedure. Obviously, this was a situation that police were not expecting. So how is it that they start getting the upper hand in crowd control here?
Get off.
They call the level 3 mobilization. That's citywide. So there's going to be cars from every precinct in the city coming there. They have.
I know. How does the legality of that work? If somebody's like on top of your car and you drive away and they happen to like get hurt from that, like, are they able to like sue you? Or like, how would that work? Questions I have. Questions that have yet to be answered. But I mean, I really can't imagine at that point, like when they get when they get in a car and like start driving off. At that point, it's like let them go. But to sit and pile on top of the car as it's moving obviously isn't a good idea.
Have to stage first, and they have to get together. Then they have to, at some point, go in and disperse the crowd. Now, someone should be on a bullhorn right now, dispersing this crowd. I don't know if they're doing that yet, but that's usually what happens. Generally speaking, they'll bring in mounted to aid in that effect, and they'll start diffusing the crowd as best they can.
Since it's on video, probably not. Well, this literally is just happening today, like a couple hours ago.
It looks like you have an unruly.
So there's still time for the other half to start coming out, the technicalities and the investigation, because I'm pretty fucking sure this is going to be investigated as to like why this went down this way, because this has taken a lot of resources. Look at all these helicopters and stuff, all this police time. That's a lot of money. That is a lot of money. That's a lot of cost to cover all this and deal with this whole fiasco over giving away a PlayStation. I mean, I think there's no problem in really wanting a PlayStation. You can't afford one and you go through other means to try and like win one, potentially, stuff like that. That's fine. But this is so over the never in the history of ever have we ever seen anything like this before. This streamer is definitely going down in history.
Mob right now, and they have to bring order to it. But citywide units are coming. In the meantime, they'll have to do with the best they can with what they have.
But how much of a challenge is this for law enforcement? Look, we've seen similar things on the Jersey Shore. Somebody sends out an announcement on social media that there's going to be a party. The next thing you know, you've got 3,000 people on a beach at 11 o'clock at night.
3,000.
This seems like a similar thing. We're giving away freebies in Union Square at 4 o'clock, and the next thing you know, 5,000, 6,000 people.
All right, everybody, meet me on the beach instantly. All 20 of us. We're going to take up so much space. Said I saw a bit of it earlier. Thought they took the streamer in custody. Yes, but that I don't we don't know if they're in custody because technically they've done something illegal, or if they're in custody, or if they're just like detained to like investigate the situation. I'm probably guessing if anything is done, there'll be some sort of technicality that he didn't have any sort of like permit or anything organized to deal with like a crowd of people. Which if you plan to meet like people, like a big crowd of people in public, there's got to be some certification with that. There's got to be some sort of process, some permit process, I mean, in order to get that done. I don't know. Maybe he had a permit just for the park, but the way that this is blown out of proportion, probably will get nailed. Maybe. For, yeah. Inciting violence now. But the kid did post an Instagram story, like pretty much just saying he loves his fan base, which totally gave off like the vibe with Trump to his crew in January 6th, where it's like, I love you, you're special. Stand by. Yeah, and that could be the case too. The police putting him into their custody just for safety reasons because people are going so insane. It could be a medley of things, honestly, but we don't know. Not at the second.
People show up, they're not getting the freebie, so they start acting out. How difficult is it?
Shut up, Flower. Or did you mean that like genuinely? I don't know if you're like joking. Oh, yeah. I felt for like a split second, I'm like, oh, what if you're being genuine? No. I love all of you. You're special. Stand by for the reckoning.
Get a handle on this and keep it from turning into a kind of free-for-all.
Protective custody? Interesting. I'm wondering if, like, we'll keep watching this. Because I'm curious. Like, this started popping up, and I was just getting, like, little bits of it, and I was trying to get enough of it so that I could include it in today's thing. Because I didn't want to just, like, hop on and be like, I see something news breaking with a large crowd. I don't know what it is, but, I mean, I guess I could have, but I wanted to know somewhat so I could do something with my thumbnail and the title of the stream.
We're going to try to reestablish our connection with them.
So I'm I'm just catching up with this shit.
Oh, Bob is back. Bob, can you hear us?
I can.
Did you get any of that question? You know, these calls going out on social media, obviously, young people know it's out there. They got the message. They're showing up at 4 for something free. 5,000 other people show up. The police are sort of almost behind the 8 ball. How difficult is it for the department to keep track of these things and to try to bring some order to the situation and keep it from becoming a free-for-all like we've seen here in Union Square?
Intelligence.
All right,
let us know when large gatherings are coming. And that's what's important to understand. You have to get out in front of this before it happens. Usually there's sneaker giveaways, whatever the case may be, a new product coming out. Generally speaking, we know what's going on within Manhattan South. This apparently was a little, they got past it, and so now they have to deal with it by bringing resources immediately.
Do you think Cenat, considering his posting on social media and urging of this gathering here so large and not going what appears to be the proper channels?
Yo, what the hell? Look at them over here. They're like totally mobbing this bus. Why?
He be facing charges?
I would doubt he didn't really create this. It's his ability to bring people together, which is the issue. So it sounds like he's doing this in altruistic fashion, but I don't think there's criminal charges yet. We'll have to take a look further.
No criminal charges yet. See, I think they're going to have to investigate technicalities. Not even sexy underwear, but shit. Yeah, they're just kind of throwing garbage and stuff. Like, I saw a lot of those officers batting away, like, like empty plastic water bottles and stuff.
But it doesn't appear that way to me now.
How has police strategy changed, I guess, in the last couple of years in terms of handling crowds like this? You know, when officers first get there and they come across what appears to be a very unwieldy crowd, what is their initial approach to try to calm things down?
Generally speaking, you immediately call for help, and you would call the borough command, who would bring resources in. We have task forces who are trained in crowd control. This is not something we don't have, but you have to get them to the scene, and that's the hard part. You want to disperse without any more violence or any more action, but it sounds from what I'm hearing that some police officers have already been injured. So it looks like an escalation right now more than a diffusion.
Look, you've seen everything. You were with the department for decades. How surprised are you to see this pop up in the middle of a summer afternoon in Union Square Park, and honestly, police struggling to try to...
Well, Jan, if you have us meet at the beach, I promise not to throw anything but $100 bills, except I don't have any. What, am I, a stripper? No, I'm joking. You're gonna throw $100 bills at me and be like, dance for us.
To get a handle on it.
With the power of social media, it's not unusual, to be honest with you. You see it in other cities. We haven't had this in New York for the most part, flash mobs and that stuff. We're able to get out in front of this through intel assets to find out where this is going and go there first and kind of quell the situation and turn people away from that park, from that meeting area. That's the key here, is to get out in front of it initially. Apparently they didn't know about this influencer, and so this is what we have now. This will diffuse, but it'll take a couple hours to do so.
Really? You think it's going to take that long?
At least 2, because you have a lot of people there and they don't want to go home, and especially now that he's left. So and there's a real danger here, because you have gang issues, you have alcohol issues in the park. There are park regulations that you can make arrests for this. They're not there yet, but now you need some police leadership on the bullhorn, moving people out of there as fast as you can.
Yeah, we're looking at more live pictures right now from Newscopter 7. And Bob, like you said, we are now finally seeing a lot more police presence there. You can see them kind of lining the area almost shoulder to shoulder in certain parts. But this crowd, you know, it keeps moving. Yeah. And you have these cars that are still stuck in the road with hundreds of people surrounding them. I would imagine it's got to be very scary for those people who are in those cars.
Yeah, it is, because they can't control where they are, and it's tough to get out of there. You know, traffic in Manhattan, it doesn't move at all at this time of day. So this is a tough time. But what they're doing now, go shoulder to shoulder and go through the park and moving people out, hopefully into the subway system, but also ensuring the people in the subway, which is right there, make sure they're safe as well.
Well, I think they've actually stopped subway traffic. The trains right now are bypassing 14th Street and Union Square because they don't want to get all those people into the mix there. The other side effect of this is we are going into the evening rush. So what's happening there is going to sort of have spider legs, and it's going to affect a large swath of downtown.
It will, and unfortunately, it is Friday. You get less people. People like to take a long weekend. So
Bob,
hopefully that's part of the issue here.
Bob, I'm going to interrupt you for one quick second. We do want to get to Josh Einiger, who is in the crowd right there, and check in with him. But please hang on the phone with us, Bob. Go ahead,
Liz,
Josh.
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
All right, Liz, we're on 14th Street. That bus that's backing up from the crowd, we understand that this guy, this influencer, is on that bus.
Oh,
Police
shit.
are backing him out. That's what we're hearing from various people in the crowd. The crowd is following the bus. There's a huge complement of police in helmets and with batons out and with their pepper spray out, trying to keep people, including us, by the way, back from the bus. We're going to walk back here. Jared, let's go back in a second. And we're going to back up right now to 5th Avenue. This is 14th between Union Square and 5th Avenue. You can see a lot of people surrounding this bus right here. The police, I'm not sure how they got this guy on the bus, if that is in fact what happened. I don't actually know what he looks like. There is someone in the bus. this police officer asking us to stay on one side of 14th Street because they're trying to figure out how to get this back. But you can see what's happening. It's a really out of control situation. A lot of police here at this point, but they obviously are not in control of this crowd. Now, I can tell you there are some reports. Police don't quite know what to make of it. The people I'm talking to, that there have been some number of cops who sustained some number of injuries. It's not clear how serious they were when they first arrived, and they are now at least trying to set up this perimeter around this city bus. Why don't we come out to Fifth Avenue, Jared? And we're just going to get kind of out back this way. But you can see these police officers here in the helmets. They're ready for anything. Now, I did talk to one member of the NYPD a little while ago who said they really, really don't want to arrest people. They really do not want to.
Flower Dragon. I'm not trying to make fun of you, but just the sentence, like, we could stand around and send out great vibes. Just, it gave me this, like, picture, like, we're gonna stand around and blow bubbles or something. Just, I know, but I figured you didn't, but just, like, the way, the image that hit my brain. We're gonna gather together to have a 1970s themed party. I am the Eggman. I am the walrus. Cuckoo, cachoo. I am you and you is me. And somebody's a walrus.
Make this situation potentially worse. What they are hoping is that it dissipates, but of course that seems unlikely, and so they're here kind of ready if it does escalate, but you can see they're still not quite fully staffed up and fully under control here. They have called what they describe as a level 4 mobilization. That's
that kid's like busting out some moves right there.
That the NYPD has.
Come on, damn it. I hate it. Like, you gotta get all the people goofing off too. Like, I want to see the chaos.
Coming in here from all over the city, from every single precinct command in all 5 boroughs to try to help. And they are coming here and putting on these helmets. And we see people running here, so it's not really clear why these people are running. It's a pretty volatile situation, Liz and Sandra.
All right, Josh, we do want you and your crew, obviously, first and foremost, to be careful. We know it is a very fluid situation. We know that this crowd has been running in every different direction, so we do want you to be careful.
Could you imagine being a parent and, like, looking at this on the news, and then you're like, oh, fuck, that's my kid on the news, like, right there. Oh, jeez. Hey, Mushme says, if they act this chaotic about a discretionary handout, how will they act when there is a shortage of food? I mean, that's definitely a whole different scenario. And frankly, we're in a scenario right now where people should be acting out because there's, like, some lack of food for a lot of people, especially in, you know, like, urban areas and things like that. There are food deserts. But no, it's the PlayStation. This is capitalism, baby. We want stuff. Stuff equals well-being in the world of capitalism. It's never something more fulfilling that actually helps you actualize. Like working on yourself, developing skills, improving the quality of your mind and the way you think about the world, becoming more rational. No. In this capitalistic world, stuff equals what am I trying to say? Stuff equals actualization. You get more self-satisfaction with buying stuff. We're not about that. I'm not about that as a Neogenian. I would like some more thriving of people so that they don't feel like they have to go win a free PlayStation. Which I can guarantee was more of the main motivator. Obviously, some people would definitely like to meet him, but I doubt there would have been that much of a stir if there wasn't, like, him saying, hey, I'm going to come out and give away a bunch of free PlayStations. It sounds like there wasn't really much info about that either. Just show up at the park and maybe you'll get a PlayStation. It's like there should have been more information like, hey, I have 5 PlayStations and I'm going to do this thing. Like, there was just really no organization about this.
I guess the question, is there hope, considering the police are trying to take this bit of a standoff?
Oh, hey, Morg. Good to see you.
The influencer, who we believe is inside that bus, that they're going to allow him to complete this fan meet and greet?
Fan meet and greet?
I didn't quite understand the question. I didn't hear the question because it's pretty loud here. I'm sorry. And we have somebody who looks like he's being arrested right here.
So the influencer, is it your...
Oh my God.
Is it your impression they're trying to get him out of that area, the influencer?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Yeah, 100%. So they managed to get him, if in fact that's what happened, and Jared is shooting this arrest happening right here. So, hey, Jared, come back over here.
This guy, Kai, has got to be loving this attention. Deep down, you know, he's like, yes.
See me? All right. Can you take a look at the front of this bus? See what we can see in the bus. There are people on the bus. It's unclear if they're arrested or not, or if they've just been put on this bus. And I don't know who. Yeah, sure. This gentleman.
Back the fuck up.
Somebody with chains. I mean, I don't know what this influencer looks like. I've personally never heard of him. I don't know if he's on this bus. That seems to be what people all around here think. They all have their phones. They're all taking pictures. And you can see a lot of police supervisors.
So is he or is he not on the bus?
We understand if you need to.
Yeah, be careful, guys.
To walk, but you can see now that some of the crowd on top of the bus that is also.
How did they get up there?
I believe that is the same bus that was backing.
How do these people get up there?
The area there, but you can see the crowd has now converged and surrounded that bus.
On the phone with us right now, John J. Professor Brian Higgins. Professor, well, we see you, so we're hoping you can see us. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. What do you make of all of this? We heard the chief mention earlier that social media has really changed things.
It has. It's brought this crowd to this location right now.
What do you think the strategy is and should be right now to try to disperse the...
I don't know why. That just came off as like the most uninsightful like comment about social media. Yeah, social media does change things. It brought everybody here. I mean, well, no shit. Does that just seem like a no shit Sherlock moment? Like, that was just like, I don't know. It does? Mushmi says, it's weird how every one of the youth was recording their phones. Each one was thinking it's their chance to go big on social media. Truly brainwashed and sad how they seek attention. I mean, the world's already fucked up, and that's a symptom of a bigger problem, I think. I kind of have a heart for the masses of people who are just genuinely, thrown into this world without any tools or resources to help them think critically. So they live life the best they can to get, like, the joy and the satisfaction that they can. And the joys and satisfactions of life, just the options for those aren't very great right now.
This crowd in the most peaceful way.
That is exactly what they're going to try to do. What we don't want to see, and what the NYPD is very good at, is instigating the crowd more. So their presence right now and their direction to their officers will be to try to disperse this crowd in as peaceful a manner as possible. And you can see, even though they're calling in officers from all over the boroughs, and it may even come to the point where they call in off duty, they're still right now appear to be overwhelmed. So if they were to use force and this crowd became even more violent, the NYPD would be in a...
Hey, Sackville Baggins says small towns wouldn't stand a chance. I don't think this would be happening in a small town. Like, because this is like the smack dab in the middle of New York City. I mean, the population is really big there. So yeah, the small percentage of people that are actually fans of this guy, you know, they're able to accumulate in bigger numbers.
Very tough situation.
Yeah, and I think the chief mentioned, and Josh said as well, that's really not what they want to do. They don't want to get into a real fight, so to speak, with the folks.
Well, shit. Thanks, Mark. That's awesome. Thank you. Holy crap. Thanks for that. Shit, let's do something. Let's do snakes. Let's do snakes for Morg. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support. Do snakes for Morg. Snakes. Have some snakes. Have some snakes. Snakes. Snakes everywhere. Snakes all over you. Just a pile of snakes. I don't know what I'm saying. Jeez. Don't mind me. Anyways. No problem. Yeah. Yeah, I really appreciate that. Yeah, snakes galore. All right, back to this hysteria.
They're out there. They really.
This is just like this whole situation is just so crazy, and it's really. I mean, it's not funny in the sense I don't like people getting like jeopardized, their safety jeopardized, things like that. You know, those are things that are not cool. But there's something about this that's just fucking hilarious to me. I can't fucking believe that there's this much mayhem, as they always say. This mass mayhem over just an influencer's giveaway.
Get them to go home. I think we're all shocked by how
well-known influencer, like, I don't think he's really an influencer, though. I think influencer is used, like, too interchangeably, like, these days. And by people who I don't think really understand, like, the culture of being, like, a creator online. Like, there's so many different types of content to create. An influencer to me is somebody like really specific who is like they just like say inspirational quotes and they show you their lifestyle and their home decor and their like what they eat and stuff. Like it's some sort of like lifestyle influence. So I don't understand like why influencer is being used like interchangeably, like everyone's an influencer. I definitely would not pin myself as an influencer, more of just like a commentator. Definitely not an influencer. I ain't influencing shit. I could barely influence myself.
How quickly this crowd merged onto Union Square and how quickly it got out of control because of a simple social media post about free items, and how somehow the police missed that and were not able to get ahead of it.
Well, I think everybody missed it. I don't think anybody saw this coming, and I think we're all surprised.
Well, like police officers just follow all these high-end like social media people and like just waiting for them to be like, all right, public meetup.
Just as you said, how quickly this occurred. So I think there are probably people within this crowd who are just using this as an opportunity to do things that they shouldn't be doing. Mm-hmm. So, you know, the blame shouldn't be on this influencer or the...
That's true. Not all of those people could be fans. You know, people will show up to, like, things like that just to pretty much crash it. Like, just to be a troll, like, in real life. People will do that. So, not everybody, I would say, in that crowd is, like, a big fan of this streamer. Probably a good majority of them are there just to be assholes. You know, maybe I'm sure haters would come. People who don't like their content.
The police, but we have a large, probably a significant part of this crowd are people who are just using this as an opportunity.
You don't think there should be any blame put on the influencer who prompted this massive come meet and greet without going through the proper channels of letting the police know? And I don't know, do you have to get permitted for something like this?
Yes. What do you?
It should be permitted. I'm sure there will be an investigation to follow. to see what this individual intended. Did he know it was going to be this big? But yeah, there is some responsibility here on whoever's involved. Remember, we call them influencers. We see a lot of stories of people on social media who are just individuals who become famous. But then there are a lot of people who have that title of influencers who have organizations, corporations, media folks behind them who should know better. And that's why we have permitting, so that there can be a plan.
All right, we're going to ask you to hang on for one.
So there was no plan. This kid didn't plan. I don't think he was planning on having this type of crowd show up. I don't think he was planning, period. I think he's just like, let's just set up shop and go for it. We're going to pop up the lemonade stand and hand it out. But obviously that was not the right way to go about it. There should have been a lot more planning for this. It should have been done in like an event space. And there should have been like ticket selling involved.
Quick second, we do want to go check back in with Josh Einiger, who's on the ground in the middle of that crowd. Josh.
Okay, so Liz, I have a little.
That's a big dude.
From a high-ranking police source. That bus there that we've been watching, the influencer who's at the center of all this is not on that bus. He left, we are told. He is no longer here. They got him out of here. The people on that bus are all under arrest. I don't know how many. We had shots earlier of, I don't know, quite a few. How many? Maybe a dozen, maybe more people, and a lot of.
Like on top of the bus? What about the people in the bus that are genuinely using the bus? Were they arrested?
Cops who are with them, they have them on that bus and they are backing that bus out of here because they are under arrest. The YouTuber, the Twitch star who started all of this is, I am told, no longer even in this vicinity, but this is how these things happen. They happen on social media. They happen kind of, rumors spread among this crowd. The crowd thinks that he's on the bus, and so as a result, they're not leaving the bus. And so now the police are trying to get it out of here, and you can see now cops who have batons out. Jared, look to the right. See the cops all lined up here? They're trying to form a wall to protect the bus so that they could back this bus out of here. This is 14th and 5th. This is an articulated bus. It takes a lot of skill, I imagine, for a bus driver to back one of these things up under circumstances. Now you've got police trying to make sure it doesn't hit anyone, it doesn't somehow get mobbed by this mob who, according to the police, are incorrect that the guy they're looking for isn't even on the bus. So it's sort of a fog of war here among the police. You know, it does appear, at least at this intersection here, they've marshaled a fair number of resources. They keep kind of growing. But if we look in the bus, actually, you can see inside, people are sitting as if they are handcuffed.
Oh. Wait. So they arrested them and then put them in the bus? What's happening?
And there are quite a few people
We're going to
seated in this bus.
interrupt you
Go ahead,
for
Liz.
one quick second because we do want to check in with Safan Kim, who is also there in a different area. Safan, go ahead.
Liz, so police just broke the barricade. They bum rushed the crowd. This entire crowd down Broadway, hundreds of people went sprinting down Broadway. Hector, if you move to your right, this is the speaker system now that the NYPD is playing. They're letting people know, to your right, Hector, that if they do not disperse, they'll be arrested. This was the barricade here. This was the blue line. And as you can see, if we pan back to our left, they have moved the line of police officers from behind that barricade, came out, spilled out onto Broadway and 14th Street, and now they're pushing left. Now they're pushing forward. They're pushing the crowd. We're moving with them.
Wow.
We're going to stay with the police officers. That's probably the safest place that we can be right now. There are objects flying around. They're moving the barricades. You've got bottles being thrown around. They're all on top of buses. There's a bottle. Watch out. We've got stuff being sprayed here. Hector, let's move over here. They're on top of the car, but let's follow behind.
we just lost Safan's signal, but he is watching.
We lost
You
Safan!
can hear him now. Okay,
Oh,
you're
shit.
looking at aerial views from Newscopter 7, and Safan is down there right now in that crowd as police move in and start to push the crowd and manipulate this crowd to kind of disperse them.
The bus might be a decoy? Maybe. Maybe not, though. It's probably just like a rumor that just spread. Hey, no problem, Flower Dragon. Let's see. Oh, hey, KMV, or KVM.
And exactly what Chief Boyce said just a few moments ago, that he was surprised that he didn't hear the, what do you mean, the
Blowhorn.
loudspeakers, the blowhorn.
Blowhorn. Yeah, and Bob is still with us. Bob, like you said, they were coming in, they were going to start with the blowhorn, and then they were going to start dispersing that crowd, just like you said.
Yeah, you're going to have to give direction with the bullhorn and piece off the crowd, piece by piece, different areas, and push them out of the area. You know, the batons will as a pushing device more than anything else, and the helmets will be on the police officers. So this is a process that's going to go on for a little while. You'll hear the bullhorn giving clear verbal commands. If you don't do that, you could be arrested. And so a lot of times they'll take over buses and use them as arrest vehicles. City buses, whatever they can get their hands on, put them on the bus and get them out of there. So I'm not surprised by with their tactics right now.
Yeah, and you can see now as we look down from Newscopter 7.
Okay, so they're just putting him on the bus and just having the bus go. Who is this weird person? Oh, hold on, I'll be right back. Okay. Alright, do not spam the chat. Please. Hi, Roxy, how are you?
This...
I need more beverage. I need more beverage. Hold on. All right. Jeez. Are we getting fans in here? That's cool.
The crowd now is being sectioned off. Whereas one big massive crowd in the center of Union Park Square, it is now being sectioned off and dispersed slowly. But it has been a very difficult and touchy situation as we hear that police are now armed with pepper spray and batons. They have their helmets and gear on, whereas initially we saw officers who were not prepared to help get rid of this crowd in a fashion because it was just so large and overwhelming.
And the objective really is not to have that confrontation.
Right.
It's to get them to disperse as safely and peacefully as possible.
Yeah, can we go back to Safan Kim? Have we reestablished our signal with him? Because he was walking with police. We have not. How about Josh Einiger? Okay. So obviously, because it's a very fluid situation down there, and our live capability as our crews walk with these crowds sometimes goes in and out. We did just reestablish with Safan. Let's go ahead and check in with him. Safan.
Okay, so there's the first observation. Several arrests happening right now. We saw 2 individuals handcuffed. They're being loaded onto this MTA bus. When you last saw us, we were extracted from there by police officers.
I wonder, like, are they just putting them on a bus to, like, take them out of the situation? Like, they're arresting some of them, putting them on the bus. Are they arresting enough to have to need the bus and telling the bus driver to take them to the police station? Those are the questions I have. Are all of them in cuffs? Kai is the goat? I don't think so. I don't even know who they are. I love how people are coming into a tiny stream and, like, defending them.
Just because you can tell it was getting pretty chaotic. There were bottles being thrown around everywhere. So what the officers have done is they've moved the media now. This is 14th Street. Hector, if you can pan over to Union Square, we're on the south side of 14th Street.
Shitty planning. That's what this is. I'll say it again. Kai did not plan and failed. Like, this isn't a situation to be goading about. But in that kind of culture, somebody doing something like crazy like this or having something crazy like this associated with them is considered cool. Why? What happened? What's going on at home that this is a joyous occasion? Me, I am entertained though, so I will get that because I think it's fucking funny that these people are so stupid.
In fact, they've asked us to give some space and distance behind this line because they may need to bring the barricades back out, they said, and who knows if this line gets pushed back, right? So they're keeping us this distance back. This is south of 14th. You're seeing the mess and the chaos now in Union Square. If I'm going to have Hector sort of pan along 14th Street, you can see this is a standstill. You've got, some of these are police vehicles, but at least on Broadway there were, civilian vehicles.
Hey, Renaissance Fairies. This is Hi Jan. Good evening, and everyone just got home from the fair. That's awesome. I hope you had a good time.
Just being climbed on top of, broken into, but this crowd is dispersing now. Still a lot of people here, but they're not in the street at this point. So at least at this stage, it looks like police officers got them off the street and have contained them into Union Square. There's probably a second move at some point they're going to make, but...
Hey, Kim. Good to see you.
Hopefully fizzle out.
Oh, and Crystal Mason. Hello.
Chief Manager, as I mentioned, on the...
Hello, everybody who's just coming in. Please like the live stream, if you would. Please, please. You have to. It's required. Joking, it's not. But like it anyways.
corner of Broadway, if you can get a shot of that. As I mentioned, he got struck with some kind of object. I can imagine probably a water bottle or something, because a ton of that was flying around. But that bus that was out there on 14th moments ago with everyone on top, that's been cleared. All those people that were climbing on top of street poles and light poles, they're now taken off of that. They've been cleared, several arrests made, and as I mentioned, they're no longer in the street on 14th and Broadway.
Kenny, this is not power. I don't think Kai's fans realize that this isn't power. This isn't influence. This is bad planning. Period. Like there's nothing powerful about the situation other than he fucked up in planning. If anything, this is without power. All right, somebody delete Shadow. Just because they're annoying me. Oh, they retracted their message. I will have people deleted just for annoying me. I have no shame.
This is all being controlled by police officers, and they're being contained in Union Square itself. But there's still a lot of people here, as I mentioned.
Oh, hey, Susan. This is going on just today. We are on hot breaking news.
So who knows how this thing ends at this point.
Stefan, I will say, this is like the first time that we're seeing those shots where it looks like police outnumber the other people, the fans who have shown up there, which is a significant difference that we saw about an hour ago.
Yeah. So we're going to switch from you, Stefan, to Josh, who is in another area of Union Square Park there. Josh?
Yeah, we're now 14th and University, guys, and I want to show you. So this area, I think we're kind of on the other side of where Stefan is, and so police have clearly created this as a zone, sort of a protected zone. It's the beginning of their ability to sort of take charge of this situation. In fact, I see a gentleman under arrest over there to the right of that bus, Jared. Do you see him? He's not wearing a shirt. Do you see him? So these buses, and I think that was Bob Boyce I heard earlier, these buses are clearly being used as prisoner transport vehicles to get people out of here. Now, I spoke to a police source a little while ago. The last thing they wanted to do was arrest people because that just inflames the situation. The last thing they would want to do is add to the chaos, but they had to take some control here, and it was almost inevitable at this point that they were going to end up making arrests. We have, we saw a bus full of prisoners that backed out of here a little while ago, and it looks like they're now adding to that bus here. Jared, if you want to pan a little bit to the left, the long line of cops blocking that bus. So they've clearly created this sort of perimeter around this area where they're trying to run their policing operations here. They have a drone in the air just over this scene, Jared, coming down right over the bus. They've been flying that drone, which obviously gives them kind of a close-in look at the crowd. They obviously also have their aviation units, helicopters up overhead. But if you see to the left into Union Square, it's a little bit hard from this vantage point, but we see people standing up on planters, and really, the crowd has not really dissipated within Union Square. A lot of people did kind of back out of here with that first bus. They had a huge contingent of NYPD.
Man, we're striking some nerves. 2 to 3 million people no. No. No, not even.
With helmets and riot gear protecting that bus full of prisoners as it backed out. But obviously, hard to do. They're still clearly outnumbered by this sudden, flash mob that popped up kind of out of the clear blue sky as far as they're concerned, something that ginned up here by an influencer you may never get. We're going to back out. We'll go back to you.
All right, Josh, thank you very much.
Well, look, Josh can't see our vantage point, right. But it does appear there are fewer people concentrated in Union Square and in that area than what we saw, say, 45 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So they've had some success.
Right.
So it's not an influencer. I was saying earlier in the stream, I think influencer is used too interchangeably, and it stupidly makes people think that Kai does have power. I mean, he's just a streamer. One that I honestly don't know what content he does. I'm assuming video games, but there's really no influence going on. There's just a person who has like a following who does stuff and then tries to organize this, but doesn't actually put any organization into it at all. It was like a New Year's Eve parade. Well, obviously this is not a parade. Has won awards. Yeah, but what does he do? And why haven't I ever heard of him? I love how a ton of people are like, I have no idea who this guy is. I don't think people realize that even if streamers have a big following, it's still so niche to the world. It's not like the people who are fans of that person who has the big following, they think like the whole world knows about them, right? They don't. I don't think people realize there's YouTubers with millions and millions and millions of followers. There's a lot of people out there who have no idea who they are. So, I mean, if there's any power over this people, it's like power over flies or power over rats. Like Lord of the Flies type of situation. Biggest Twitch stream. Yeah, we're saying that, but like, not everybody in the... I don't think you realize what I'm saying. Streaming, you're still not world known. It's still niche. You get what I mean? Like, sure, he has followers around the globe, but it's not like the whole world is like, yes, we know who this person is.
And we are seeing for the first time, like you and I have said, a complete flip-flop of police now overwhelming the situation and getting control of the crowd, helping to disperse or arrest them. But the feeling...
Hey, what's up, MC Heavyset?
Of the rowdiness, the out-of-controlness, appears to have calmed down significantly in that area. But as you can see, much of that area with traffic still very much at a standstill. And as far as we understand, the subway is still completely bypassing several lines, the 4, 5, 6, several other lines now still bypassing Union Square
14th Street.
And 14th Street as well.
Yes, we get it, Dre. You're really hot for Kai. You love everything about them. We get it. The question is, do you get that we don't care? What's good in the neighborhood? So this influencer tried to organize, or didn't organize actually, tried to do a giveaway in the middle of a park without any planning whatsoever, and it created some hysteria and mayhem down in New York City.
But you can see a lot of people walking around, traffic slowly getting by through those crowds. But police now
seem to have a handle on the situation. Sal LaFury, security expert, standing by. Hi, Sal. How you doing?
Hey, guys. How we doing?
You've watched this unfold. Just your thoughts. This.
You're not educating me about shit. Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah, Imaginista's right. Lisa's right. No, you're not educating me on shit. I know how streamers work.
It wasn't really even a flash mob. It was a gang of folks apparently brought to Union Square by a social media post and the promise of free things.
Yeah, it's all the makeup of everything that can go bad quickly. We've seen this before with celebrities going out and texting, saying that they were going to be at a location, and all of a sudden the followers or the fans show up. When you add the compound that we're going to give away something for free, it really becomes a problem, and you can see the amount of people that it can generate in a location quickly. I think the key thing here is that fortunately the NYPD has a sufficient enough force that you can come in and take control of it quickly without turning it into a riot. And I think the show of force was appropriate in this instance and kept it from turning into a bad situation.
The show of force seemed truly necessary about an hour ago. Sal, I do just want to let people know that we understand that subway service has resumed in this area that we have talked about. The trains had been bypassing it at the height of that flash mob, but we understand now that subway service has resumed. Sal, I want to get back to police approach now as they have kind of gained the upper hand in this situation. What will their approach be moving forward?
Well, I think, one of the big problems, and I'm not sure if any arrests were actually...
Are you kidding? There's so many people that in the world that could go and have that same response. But they don't. Because they actually plan things. Oh, now I don't think comparing Kai to Trump is a direction you want to go in this stream. I don't think... Unless, if you're not a fan of Kai. I don't know if you are or not. If you are, comparing him to Trump is probably not a good idea. Oops, I lost my spot. That's okay. We will skip ahead. I think just over time it shows everything just dispersing more and more. I don't know if they're going to get into any more people talking. Let's see. Right here.
Paint all over their shirts. They were really in it with a lot of these people who got incredibly out of control in almost no time at all. The police completely caught off guard. Hey, look, Jared, look at this. These chairs basically flattened, ripped into pieces that presumably were used.
Not the chairs, my God.
The cops who were here trying to restore order. This was a really hairy situation, and now it's a huge mess. Lots of people under arrest in buses that have been pulled out of here, and we're waiting for a briefing from police.
Wow, there's so much litter and shit all over the street. The cost of, like, having to pay somebody to clean all that up. That's where I think the investigation is going to get into. Is like, what was the cost of everything to deal with this situation? Somebody's going to have to pay.
Police to see kind of where things stand right now. We've heard that police officers were hurt. Don't know the extent of those injuries or how many. We've heard that civilians were hurt. Again, don't know quite how bad, and we do know that quite a number of people were placed under arrest. Obviously, the influencer at the center of all this is going to have some questions to answer from the NYPD as well in terms of how this all started and why it got so wildly out of control. Sandra Sade?
Josh, quick question for you. Chief Boyce mentioned that even though you have managed to disperse most of that crowd from Union Square, he said that when you deal with a situation like this, sometimes you have to follow that group of young people, especially, to make sure that they don't cause trouble somewhere else. Any evidence of that?
Well, yeah, so look, I'll tell you this, Sandra, there are a lot of cops here. It's nowhere near the number of cops who have been brought to the scene in general. Look down at that corner, that side of this frozen zone, lots of cops. But we watched police, if you look north, basically pushing the crowd north.
Actually, some things are kind of ringing a bell now. Wasn't Kai that one guy who, like, decided to get, like jerk off on camera or something?
Through the square. And presumably they have done just that. They're pushing them further uptown. You'd have to actually ask Shannon what she sees uptown about where they've all gone. I know early on cops were hoping this would just sort of end and people would disperse without further incident. Clearly that did not happen, but the question is now, I mean, do they continue to, move through the city in out of control groups? Hard to tell. The object of their attention has left the scene, and by now everyone's aware of that. that, including the people who came here to see him. So, you know, I guess we'll have to wait and find out from the police executives who are right now preparing to talk to us and give us an update on where things stand from here.
All right. And Josh,
I think New York City should give Kai the bill for the police, like, presence, for the helicopters, for the medical bills of the people. Like, even if they were minorly harmed, like, even if they have to, like, go to the emergency room still to get checked out, like, the cost of cleanup, all of that. It's only fair. I mean, if you're going to do that, if you're going to stir a ruckus like that, you should be prepared to pay.
I know that you mentioned that some of those that were arrested were on a bus, and then you said that there were a couple of buses. I know you don't know an exact count, but any idea how many buses full of these potential people who were arrested?
Okay, so here's one bus right here. It's still sitting here. They have some people under arrest up there. I see, I don't know, it's going to be a really long throw, but there's the yellow back of another bus down about a block and a half down. That would be what, Fifth Avenue? And there's at least another bus that we saw being backed out of here before that in a pretty dramatic scene, surrounded by cops with batons and brandishing pepper spray, as people at that moment thought that Cenat was on that bus, and he wasn't. But that's what the crowd thought, and so they were trying to get at that bus, and it was about as tense as I've seen things here, because police were vigorously trying to protect that bus, which was actually in fact full of prisoners and cops who were processing the prisoners as it was backing down the block. And these are articulated buses. They're not easy, I would imagine, for a bus driver to back up in the best of circumstances, and under this situation it was a pretty complicated scene, to be sure.
Harrowing, yeah. Well, Josh, we're also hearing that they are going to have a press conference at 5:30 at 14th and Broadway, so I'm sure you're going to be standing by there to check that out. But Josh, let me ask you this. I know that there are a lot of businesses in that area. Have you had an opportunity to speak with any of them? What was it like for them? And I'm sure
it's not marketing 101, though. It's a marketing failure.
So, you know, I think people kind of took cover. We haven't seen where we are now. It's been cleared of civilians. You know, the Whole Foods is right here.
Yeah, failure to market.
Executives ran
failure to market properly.
To try to kind of step away from the crowd. If we look kind of down Broadway here, you see some
this man absolutely has no idea what it's like to drive a bus, yet explaining how difficult. I mean,
right there in the bank.
I would imagine it's pretty difficult, especially when there's a whole bunch of idiots surrounding your bus.
Here who were not a part of this, and they had to figure out where to go and how to get out of it. You know, that presumably is one of them. We haven't had a chance to talk to anybody, though. It's been, obviously, as you know, pretty hectic, but I'm sure we'll get there.
All right, Josh Einiger, thank you very much. We are going to turn this over to Stefan Kim, who is also in the midst of that chaos in Union Square. Stefan?
Well, Sandra, a couple of notable observations in the past 10 or 15 minutes since we last spoke. About 10 minutes ago, on the spot that I'm standing right now, you heard both Josh and I mention how many of these people in the crowd were very, very young, maybe middle schoolers. There was maybe an 8-year-old girl standing here in the street, clearly distraught, separated from whomever she was here with, her guardian, her parents.
No, it's sad.
And there were 2 officers consoling her, trying to figure out who she belongs to. So it gives you a sense of how young some of the individuals were in this crowd, how dangerous it could have been. I heard you talk about the perimeter we have now. If you can see Hector come this way, there are police officers on horseback now. That is along Union Square West and 14th Street. That is now the westernmost perimeter that NYPD has created. Obviously, if you look a little closer here, you mentioned the press briefing. They're setting up the podium as we speak. And I also heard you and Josh speaking about nearby businesses. If Hector can get a shot here, this is the Whole Foods on 14th Street. And if you can see, there's a security guard standing at the door. For the past hour and a half, that door has been shut. And there have been several security guards standing there. In fact, some police officers guarding it, making sure that nobody who's not an employee comes in or out. But Hector, if you can come back this.
It's true. No publicity is good or is bad publicity. But the thing is nothing was accomplished here. Nothing. Nothing was accomplished for the fan base. And the fan base is seeing this as a win for what? What are you winning? Dipshit event planner of the year? like what power do you gain? Like what is he gonna do with the power? Is he gonna change the world for the better? I don't think so. That doesn't sound very powerful to me. If you can just gather people together and nothing happens but sheer unplanned chaos, to me that's a fart in the wind. I mean, and if I was Kai and I had this going on with myself, first of all, I wouldn't set that up that way to begin with. But if something got out of hand, I wouldn't be going on social media being like, I love all of you. I would be like, hey, like, thanks for showing up. This is really, like, big, but, like, you all gotta go home and don't do this. But no, he didn't. So, you know, he's gonna kick back. He's gonna enjoy all of the attention. The little fanboys are gonna enjoy all the attention, and they're all gonna cheer and celebrate some sort of victory. But it's just so baseless. Like, what are you victorious in? Nothing. Nothing but just causing chaos. How is that influential? Like, and for what? And for who? Wouldn't it be great if Kai gathered people around for causes that were important? You know? Wouldn't that be more of like a power? That would be something. Hey, let's get together and protest, I don't know, the cutting of public school lunches or anything like that. People like to be entertained. Well, people are fucking crazy and stupid. Especially when they get together like that. And if this is just entertainment and something to do, I think everybody needs to find something better to do. Something that actually elevates humanity or like is somewhat altruistic. But this is just like sheer utter chaos with like no point or purpose, and nobody wins anything.
Way to give you a sense of what this looks like. We have a woman here on a motorized wheelchair just passing through 14th Street. So I don't know if you
what the hell? I gotta go back in. That lady just rolled right through. She's busy, okay? She is fucking busy.
NYPD has created. Obviously, if you look a little closer here, you mentioned the press briefing. They're setting up the podium as we speak. And I also heard you and Josh speaking about nearby businesses. If Hector can get a shot here, this is the Whole Foods on 14th Street. And if you can see, there's a security guard standing at the door. For the past hour and a half, that door has been shut. And there have been several security guards standing there. In fact, some police officers guarding.
Get to the lady zooming by.
Not an employee comes in or out, but Hector, if you can come back this way to give you a sense of what this looks like. We have a woman here on a
right here.
Wheelchair.
Yes.
Passing through 14th Street.
She is.
I don't know if you call that a good thing. Obviously, this means that
she's doing it one way or another.
Is that normal? Probably not. Look up there, where minutes ago.
Why did he even comment on the lady? Like, just made like a whole commentary on that lady wheeling by. She was there for like 2 seconds.
That subway station entrance, you can see the rope, the red rope that they used to climb up there. That had several people on top of it. That has not been cleared. You are still seeing, however, little by little, arrests still being made. Even seconds ago, they brought somebody out in handcuffs from all different directions, so they're still making arrests. And as we mentioned, they're on that MTA bus right here on 14th Street, and it looks like the NYPD at any moment now is about to give us a briefing, so as soon as we hear those comments, we'll bring that to you live. Back to you guys.
Certainly, worlds of difference between where you're standing now and 45, 50 minutes ago. Once police moved in, they managed to do what the NYPD does well. They managed to disperse that crowd fairly quickly, considering what we saw at the height of the chaos.
Yeah, I mean,
Interviews.
Trying to get my daughter through the crowd just to even go run some errands. It was really crazy. It was really hectic.
You were saying you're from Queens. You were trying to go to Burlington Coat Factory and you come out of the subway. What did you see?
I come outside and the park is just literally filled with people, like crawling with people. And next thing I know, there's a whole bunch of cops that come by and they got riot shields and they're tear gassing people, shooting people with BB guns, and people are just jumping all over the place, running back and forth.
BB
It was
guns.
hectic.
And what did you think? You're here with your baby. What did you think about this?
My first thing was just trying to make sure she's safe. I'm just trying to get somewhere where I can just keep her safe, keep her out of the crowd, keep her away from the tear gas and all the noise and people trampling over each other, and I just wanted to keep her safe.
Now, as this was going on, first of all, we were talking about businesses before. You made it to Burlington and you said it was closed. They closed the gates?
Yes, they closed the gates because of just the entire crowd that was just standing. They covered the whole sidewalks, the park, the streets. Everything was just closed. Everything was just bombarded with people.
So as this was happening, did you know what was happening, what this was all about? Or
I knew that there was supposed to be a giveaway going on. That's why everybody came. There was supposed to be a giveaway. But when I got here and seeing the amount of people that was here, it was ridiculous, the amount of people that covered the entire park,
And you know, you were saying you've heard of Cenat,
Yes.
his influencer. What do you know about him? Do you follow him? Are you like are you a fan? Were you before today, I guess, a fan?
I've watched like a few of his videos and I've seen like some of the things that he does online, and he does make good videos, he does make funny videos, but today was just a different kind of day. Like, this was just completely hectic, and it's like I do put a little bit of blame on him as far as like, you know, New York City is a crowded place. There's a lot of people. You never know what could happen. And today it just got completely out of control.
What do you make of what the police were up against when they got here? They clearly had no idea this was about to happen.
Yeah.
And they, you know, the first cops here were dramatically overwhelmed. Overrun.
When I got here, there was actually a cop not too far from the park that was right here, and he ended up getting beaten and jumped by, I want to say, over like 10 people. I don't know what started it, but all I know is that I hear people saying they're jumping the cop, he's getting beat up, and then more cops come and they start, you know, retaliating and rioting against the people, and it was just hectic. And the only thing I could think about was trying to keep my daughter safe and keep her out of the crowd and keep her away from here.
That's wild. What did you see that officer after? Did they take him to the hospital? Or was he hurt?
I didn't see the officer, but there were a couple of people that I saw that got up that had like lumps on their head. There were a couple of people saying, "Oh, they're shooting tear gas over there," and some people were also saying, "Oh, they're shooting BBs. They're shooting people with BBs," and you can hear it. Like, you can hear the popping noise from when they start throwing the tear gas. So you can kind of smell it too. It's like a little bit of a peppery smell. It's just crazy.
What do you make of this?
I think that this was just completely blown up out of proportion by all of the people here that came to contribute. I understand you're a fan of Cenat, but it's one thing to just come and try and support him, but to come and make a mess of not just the city, but of just other pedestrians like me that are just trying to get by and go throughout their day, it's just, there's no consideration, and it's ridiculous, honestly.
All right, so what's your plan now? When it's over at this location. You're still like taking cover in this ATM lobby. What's your plan? Are you gonna...
Well, I'm actually here because there was a police officer that told me to come in here for safety, just to kind of keep my daughter out of the crowd so we don't get like trampled or arrested or pepper sprayed. So I'm just here just kind of waiting for all of this to be over, so I know, okay, it's safe for me to go out there and go home without having to worry about anything.
By the way,
Kanye West also said that he loves Hitler, who wanted all the power.
Speaking of kids, I mean, did you notice how many kids were in this crowd?
Yes, a lot of the people that were in the crowd were like under the age of 18. I saw a lot of 10-year-olds, 9-year-olds, 8-year-olds. Some people even came with like their brothers and sisters and parents, and it was ridiculous. I feel like in a crowd like that, especially with what was going on and all the police out there, it's no place to have your kid at all. At all.
Tell me your name one more time.
Jaylene.
Jaylene. I'm so glad you're okay.
Yes.
And Ava's okay.
Yes.
And I think it's probably safe for you to step outside now. This area is completely it's locked down right now by the cops. So I'm sure you can get it wherever you need to go. And I'm glad you're okay. And thanks for talking to us. So
I want to skip through to the end of this because we're getting ready to wrap up the subject, but I'm going to go heat up food, like, for just a minute so I can eat because I'm starving. I have not eaten a meal today. Hold on, everybody. I shall return. Alright. I just wanted to, like, eat while we finish up this thing because our next segment is gonna be a lot of reading. Oh no, Melinda. I hope everything goes well.
So that's the situation. Should we step outside a second and just sort of see what it looks like out here right now? This is, there are some kind of civilians who are here who are trying to make their way out of the neighborhood at this point, and cops trying to.
The poor, confused normies that have no idea about streaming culture are just like, what the fuck? Some of them probably don't even have any explanations right off the bat.
To kind of guide them in the right direction. These are people who are not Cenat fans who I guess have come up from the subway or are trying to get out of this neighborhood so that they could get out of this mess. And what a mess it is. If you just take a look, if we just pan across Union Square right now, you know, this is what became of this neighborhood in just a matter of a few minutes. It went from nothing to just pandemonium, and things under control now, and we'll hear shortly from law enforcement about their response and all the numbers about arrests and who got hurt. That woman said she saw a cop jumped and beaten by the crowd. What a mess here in Union Square.
An absolute mess. A mess is probably the best way to describe it. Thank you, Josh. We'll talk with you in a few minutes.
Thank you, Dre. Thank you for the information. Especially thank you for repeating it 10 times.
As Josh pointed out, the police are going to be talking about what has transpired there in Union Square in just a few minutes.
Looks like we've got that news conference about to get underway.
It looks like I think maybe they're testing the mic and everything. So in this few minutes, you tell us upstairs, do we have time to pull in Jeff Smith for a look at the all-important AccuWeather forecast? Jeff, I think we have different kinds of storms moving in this way.
Yeah, you know what the good news is? The storm...
What do I have? I have a meal that I pre-made. And it's just chicken, like, baked in spaghetti sauce and like, shredded, and then a bunch of salad.
The thunderstorms that have been moving into parts of our area about an hour, hour and a half ago have shown a lot of signs of weakening. So that is good news. I don't think we're going to get a whole lot in terms of severe weather near New York City into the evening.
1 million ready to fight. For what? For what? What's the holy mission? What's the goal?
76 degrees out there right now. Part of the reason that we don't have a lot of instability in the atmosphere, we had a lot of cloud cover,
we don't need
kind of not allowing those.
We don't need the fucking weather report. Come on now.
Stuck there for the past 30 minutes or so. It's only now moving. And as we sit here and wait for this police report, I'm going to get out of the way because the MTA bus, which is now transporting the number, we've lost count actually, of arrested individuals from this incident that are on this bus. They're now moving this bus out of here eastbound on 14th as we await this press briefing. But a couple of sort of observations in this, what I guess you would call this after action review. I guess only a New York moment. When we walked up to this scene, we came down the west side of Union Square West, and if anyone's familiar with Union Square, you know that there's a farmer's market that occurs along the west side of the park.
I've never covered anything where multiples of like fanboys have come in to like, I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what the people coming in here to talk about Kai, like, I don't know what you're doing. But I've never like covered something and then had like, no, that's not true. I think we had some tater tots for covering Andrew Tate. But these fans of Kai, they're just like so giddy. Like, they're like, we did it. It's like, what'd you do? You didn't do anything. You literally did nothing. Act on what? What are we acting on? What's the holy cause? What are we accomplishing for humanity right now? How are we changing the world for the better? How are we elevating humanity and helping humanity evolve? Like, how is that happening with this? I feel like Gene Wilder in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, and it's that scene where he's like, you win nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. Nothing was accomplished. Nothing. Literally nothing. Ooh, Kai has so much power. For what? Clearly he doesn't. Clearly he doesn't. Otherwise he would have been able to take control of the situation, and he didn't. So he has no power to do anything at all. Yeah. Let's just gather together and make a mess. We've done it! Crazy people. A rally for what? This question is still not being answered. Have you noticed that? Everybody who comes in here and they're like, Kai has power. He's gathering the people. We ask the question for what? Nobody can answer that. All they say is, but the people, they were gathered. Yeah, great. You didn't accomplish anything.
And what was just unique and only in New York, the farmers market maybe 20 feet away from all of this mayhem and chaos, from all of these kids on top of the subway station entrance, throwing things, bottles, paint, you name it. And the farmers market is just going on without skipping a beat. So only in New York can you kind of walk through this complete chaos and mayhem and riot, and people have to still get their produce, I guess, right? And so that went off without a hitch. They're now out of here because that all ended. And as you can see, one last look at this park as we await this press conference. This is what's left, this complete mess. The park is empty, except for all of this debris, rocks, shoes. I mean, this is some of the stuff that was thrown around at us. You got rocks over here. You know, full bottles of water and juice were tossed in our direction. But yeah, as you said, the calm after the storm, certainly calmer now. And even after they made that initial move where they pushed him into the park, I mentioned then that, hey, it's calmer, but there's still a lot of people here. That's, as I've been saying over and over, that's not the case anymore. So we'll keep an eye on things, and as soon as they give us an update, we will bring those updates to you.
You know, Stefan, you've been giving us an account from some of the people who were actually there, and it was a scary situation.
Kim says, like, it's like Christian circular logic. It is. I feel like I'm talking to religious people. Christ is the Lord. Why? Because Christ is the Lord. But how? Well, King Charles isn't here, is he, Henry?
Not only for some of those who were in the crowd who were underage, but also for the cops. You talked about how they were holding up that plywood to block all of the debris being thrown at them. What was it like for you being in the center of all of this?
Well, unfortunately, we've all had experience and practice at this too, right? The past couple of years has given not only police officers, but members of the media and press a lot of practice in this exercise. So, you know, our first thing was, as I told my crew, let's get next to the blue line, right? Really
let's get right in the
what's
cloud.
going to happen, but you can at least kind of close off your blind spots, your rears, right? So we covered our 6 by staying up against that barricade where that line of police officers in riot gear were all lined up. We figured at least if anything happened, we'd be right there for them to intervene. What we probably did not anticipate is that mere minutes from when we established our position, that they would break through that barricade. And again, as I mentioned earlier,
Yeah, Kai said he was going to give away PlayStation 5s, but didn't, so he scammed you. He scammed his fans and got most of them arrested, and they're like, he did it! He's our leader, he saved us!
it seemed that that was something that they had planned, but didn't give any indication to anyone that that was going to happen.
Y'all got scammed.
So it caught us off guard, and they just kind of burst through that barricade, and it was like a bum rush. I mean, you can imagine like NFL linebackers, you know, just a whole defensive line just rushing through with their helmets and Kevlar.
Sir Henry and the Kaimars.
The crowd. But because a lot of these individuals.
Usually we're quite peaceful in the stream today, but I think some of us are feeling a little spicy tonight. It's getting funnier, like, the more I'm reading it. This one was a mega crowd, you guys. Well, it was a mega crowd, so Kai has a lot of power, and he's going to save the world. Okay? Gotta make a crowd here, all right?
Individuals were so young, and we have to keep sort of emphasizing that. They were terrified, you know, not only of, again, a lot of them.
Also, these people coming in here are probably children, so we should probably just take it easy.
Weren't afraid of what was going on here because they didn't know any better. But when you see that many heavily armed officers making a rush at you, which is what you wanted, right? They dispersed quickly and they sprinted in every direction. So
oh my fuck!
Sort of got caught off because we were sort
Did
of
you
stuck
see
in the
those
middle of
cones
that,
flying?
And the crowd dispersing.
Hey,
Earlier,
how you doing?
Fortunately for us, an officer who saw
What's up, Holos?
us get tangled up in it, bottles being thrown around, and as I was pulling my crew to, you know, cover their heads, protect their heads from flying objects, an officer attracted us, pulled us down to 14th Street behind the line, and we are definitely fortunate and thankful for that, because that went sideways very quickly.
You are a pro, experienced, and you know what to look out for and what to get out of the way of. Thank you very much, Stefan. We're going to turn now to Josh Einiger, who is also down there in Union Square. Josh, we're waiting for that news conference to come up. As you pointed out earlier, a lot of unanswered questions here. We can talk about the chaos, but we still want to know who was hurt, who was arrested, how did this happen, where's the guy that kind of triggered all this, right?
Yeah, I have so many questions, Sandra. That's just some of them. Before I show you anything, I just want to tell you, I just ran into the guy in charge of what's called the Strategic Response Group, which is the bureau within the NYPD that handles disorder, and he just looked at me like, he was just sort of stunned. They're all stunned that this happened. It all just came out of the clear blue sky. We're used to protesters or people who might have an agenda. There was no agenda here. This was just a flash mob, and they were just making mayhem because other people were too. Look at this. This is just a pile of.
Elise hit it right on the head. Elise says he scammed his young fans and used them for publicity, got people arrested and hurt. That's sad. Y'all should find a better person to look up to. Exactly. I don't think I could say it any better than that.
Union Square chairs. And this one, they've been like just folded up. This one is demolished. It's losing the actual seat part.
Okay, nobody.
And they were throwing these.
Nobody cares about the chairs, dude. Like, nobody cares about the chairs. Why don't you report, like, the actual injuries of people or something? Not the injuries of the chairs.
Things around. The cops, I guess, piled them up here so that they'd be out of the way. Police right here have obviously, as Stefan has been talking about, maintained order here, which is good, but all the trash right here on the street. The questions you ask, Sandra, are questions that no doubt will come up and need to come up in the next few minutes when we hear from the Chief of Department, Jeff Madry, but also in the next few days and weeks. There's clearly going to be an investigation into this. Is this a criminal matter? This influencer who brought I don't know how many thousands of people in one of the most congested cities on the planet with no warning, with no permit, to Union Square and caused all of this? Is that something you would imagine will be investigated? But we'll see. What about the police officers who were hurt? We heard a woman who took cover inside that Capital One bank right there for probably 2 hours just waiting for someone to tell her it was safe to come out. She was there with her 1-year-old baby. She was out here when a group of these kids jumped a cop and started beating him. How's that, officer? And did any of them get arrested? And what is their status? There are truly so many questions. And I'll point out one thing Stefan was talking about the unpredictability of this crowd. We're used to covering civil disorder, especially over the last couple of years with all the protests that we saw in the spring of 2020 and beyond. This wasn't that, I keep thinking protesters because that's where my brain goes. These were not protesters. These were kids, some of them as young as 10 years old. And at one point we were on the air and Jared Barnett.
I like how he makes the point these aren't protesters. They didn't do anything. They didn't accomplish anything.
Who's been
Hey, what happened? There we go.
Shooting all of this heroically throughout all of this, took a step away from me and walked just away from a barricade. And I think you saw on the air how he was suddenly mobbed by a group of kids because they just wanted to get on TV. And it became a really kind of volatile situation because now suddenly there we were in this crowd. Fortunately, we were by the barricades in a similar situation to what Stefan was talking about. A cop saw me and pulled me into the sort of frozen zone where we all are now. And now we'll just show you right here. We're waiting for a briefing right now. That's the press setup, and we have a camera in there. And as soon as the Chief of Department gets out and starts walking this way, we'll of course bring that to you so we can hear really first of all, the hits, runs, and errors.
Union Square this afternoon. An out-of-control mob with thousands of people converging after a social media influencer promised free PlayStations for fans. At first, the crowd overwhelmed police.
A level 4 mobilization was called, and hundreds of officers eventually moved in and made arrests. Our Newscopter 7 was live over Union Square, where police have now, we're told, regained control of the situation. Also, the NYPD now updating us on what happened today.
Chief of Transit. Earlier today at about 1:30 p.m., the NYPD became aware of a crowd forming in Union Square. It was quickly determined that an influencer was posting on social media about showing up to Union Square and was encouraging all of his followers to come to the park. There were some posts also about giving away some gaming systems. At approximately 3 p.m., the post went viral and thousands of people began to arrive at Union Square. Soon the park and the surrounding streets were overrun with people. They were obstructing both vehicular and pedestrian traffic. The NYPD responded by calling a mobilization in response to the law.
All right, mods, can you get rid of these guys? I mean, it was a little entertaining at first, but if they're just gonna keep repeating the same things over and over and just clogging up the feed, like let's just get rid of them and move on. Let's get rid of it and move on, because we're gonna be ending this anyways.
Large crowd. As the crowd grew, so did our mobilization. The crowd was swarmed when the...
I mean, I don't mind people bringing in a little bit of controversial takes, you know, to what I'm saying, but like those dudes were just like repeating the same thing like over and over and over, like without like just kind of making statements. And it's to the point where it's like I can't even like do anything with that. And like we're trying to chill. I don't know. It's interesting. What's interesting is that we got like a direct insight to the kind of fan base Kai has. I didn't even hear about this guy until today. So now, thanks to his little fans coming in, I'm starting to get a picture together of what kind of culture and like community this is. Pretty much a culture and community of nothing. Hopefully they'll rethink who they look up to and why. I don't think so. I mean, if you're so programmed in your head to think like this is normal and you should do this, like if you're programmed for that, you're never going to see us outside that bias. Like, so me telling them like, hey, you didn't really accomplish anything. Nothing happened. A big chaotic mess happened. It doesn't actually compute or register. I don't think they actually heard that. I don't think they're keeping that in mind. I think they're pretty much settled on the fact that it's just blowing up and it's exciting to them. To me, it just looks like an unnecessary mess.
Influencer finally arrived at the park. Individuals in the park began to commit acts of violence towards the police and the public. There was a construction site within the Union Square Park, and people broke into the park and they began to throw articles that belonged to the construction.
Yeah, like 1,000 times. Like they just go for the vibes, man. They just go for the vibes. That's humanity right now. They're just going with things for the vibes. You know what that sounds like to me? That sounds like NPC type of mentality. Like, I'm just going to be going. Like, without any thought or form of, like, any scenario outside of that. Or, like, any sort of bigger picture at all. Yeah, it would have been great if it was, like, for, like, a just protest against something. That would have been fabulous. Like, oh, yeah, that's good. You can gather this many people immediately on this, like, really important cause. But it doesn't even do that. And the fact that the fans are giddy and laughing and they're like, tee hee hee, we're just doing stuff for no reason because it's just funny. Like, I mean, they're just idiots. They don't understand. Like, it just does not compute to them that they look like idiots.
Site, paint cans, bottles, rocks. We had people walking around with shovels, axes and other.
Oh. There we go. Well, that was dumb. We're back now. I don't know what happened. But I'm kind of like over it anyway, so. They reported Jan for blocking them. I don't know about that. Maybe? Yeah, I guess we're not supposed to be watching. Like, we got into, like, the cop guy, like, talking about the situation. We watched most of it, but then, like, it cut out. But that's fine. I'm totally over this anyways. I'm ready to move on. I think we've been going at this for, like, 2 hours. Yeah, we have. Yeah, I'm done. We're done with that. That was, wow. That was interesting. That was quite interesting. I don't feel educated. I feel like the opposite. I feel like I feel stupider for having seen all that. We are all now stupider for having listened to all that. I just don't understand the logic that's trying to be put on the table of just like, this is celebratory because he's got attention. I don't understand that logic there. Those had to be kids. And if they were adults, that's sad. Sad, sad, sad. All right. Should we move on? Shall we move on, my friends? We have next, what just happened? Oh, the stream was blocked for a minute. We're fine. So we have next on the table Lizzo's lawsuit. I don't know if any of you listen to Lizzo's music. I've heard some of her music. I like her music. She's usually like known for being a really positive person and, you know, a body positive type of activist. But she's having some serious allegations from women who were former dancers of hers. No. So, we actually have the initial court documents about this situation, and it is a lot of reading, but we shall get through this. I don't think I'll be like reading everything exactly. So we have the Superior Court of the States of California. We have the plaintiffs, Crystal Williams as an individual, Ariana Davis as an individual, Noel Rodriguez as an individual against Big Girl Big Touring Inc., a Delaware corporation, Melissa Jefferson. Melissa Jefferson is Lizzo's real name. And an individual, Shirlene Quigley. Shirlene Quigley was like a dance, it was her dance like leader, was like the dance coach. No, I know what you're talking about, Kim. Because that's exactly why I said that comment. We are now all dumber for having listening to you. Like, I love Billy Madison. Anyway, so y'all get the setup, right? Her dancers that are obviously not working for her anymore are coming out and are suing her for some serious shit. They're suing her, her company, and her dance coach. I hope these allegations aren't true. It'll be sad if they are. Well, it's not looking good. I'll tell you that much. It's definitely not looking good. So, comes now the plaintiffs, Crystal Williams, hereinafter as Miss Williams and Miss Davis and Miss Rodriguez, Miss Williams, Miss Davis, and Miss Rodriguez, hereinafter collectively referred to as the plaintiffs who hereby respectively, blah, 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 blah. So, this is an action brought by the plaintiffs. This is just the introductory stuff. So, defendant BGBT is an at all times here and mentioned as a Delaware corporation with the capacity to sue and be sued. Defendant Lizzo has the capacity to be sued. It's just, this is all like the setup. So this case centers on 3 professional dancers' experiences working for Big Girl Big Touring Inc., hereafter referred to as BGBT. Or I'll probably just refer to it as the touring company for, I don't know, for just reading's sake. And I need to make this bigger. And where are my glasses? I lost my glasses. I hope so. I'm joking. Spaghetti. Did anybody see that funny, like, spaghetti thing? It makes me laugh really hard. I hope I can, like, look it up. Is it a TikTok? Spaghetti. No, it was like a really funny one. Anyways, it's just a video of somebody like playing like the word spaghetti said in a British accent, and then they slowed it down and it sounded ridiculous, like spaghetti. Okay, she didn't. Okay, you're jumping ahead, Baggins. You're jumping ahead. Let's get there. Don't. We're getting there. Okay. Can I put this on my other thing? Or can't I? I don't know. Okay. I have to blow this up so big. I'm gonna be one of those old people with like one of those remotes that's like the size of an iPad with like huge enormous buttons on it. This case centers on 3 professional dancers experiences working for Big Girl Big Touring, BGBT. As Melissa Vivian Jefferson, professionally known as Lizzo, throughout their employment, plaintiffs, so the dancers, were subjected to a host of violations of California statutory and decisional law. This case centers on 3 professional dancers' experiences. Oh, we just read that. Hello. In about March 2021, Miss Davis and Miss Williams were introduced to Lizzo when they were contestants on Lizzo's reality TV show Watch Out for the Big Girls, which was released on Amazon Prime Video. During this show, contestants competed for the opportunity to join the Lizzo team as her big girl dancers, accompanying Lizzo on her live performances and tours. Now, I didn't know Lizzo had a reality show, but apparently there was a reality show. It was like one of those reality shows where it was a contest sort of situation, and the contest was like the next like new team of dancers to be able to join Lizzo, on her tour, on her music tour. So, of course, that type of thing, you're going to have challenges, because that's typically what reality television does, is there'll be a challenge each episode, and if somebody can't beat the challenge, then at the end of the episode, they get disqualified. And then you eventually start narrowing down your finalists. Ben Shapiro is going to be all over this story. I'm surprised I haven't seen it yet. Nobody hates Lizzo more than Ben Shapiro. And hello, Ontology Dragon. Good to see you. What's your name, by the way? You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Or just, give me a summarized name to call you. Something more short. Make it easier for me to address you, okay? Please, I beg of you. Ontology Dragon is too many syllables. Anyways. Is Joe? Oh, Joe's perfect. I like it, Joe. Thank you. All right. So in or about May 2021, Miss Davis was required by Miss Lizzo and BGBT to submit a psychological examination to ensure she was psychologically healthy enough to endure the strain of filming the television show. During this examination, Miss Davis disclosed that she struggles with anxiety and depression, which occasionally results in binge eating. The waiver of privilege of confidentiality and consent to evaluation form she signed prior to undergoing the examination states that the information disclosed during the evaluation may be provided to production, its representatives, and or any other individual or entities involved in the show as deemed appropriate by the doctor performing the evaluation or by production. Miss Davis is informed and believes that her disclosure of her struggles with anxiety and depression and binge eating were relayed to Lizzo and her company. So in order to participate in the show, contestants had to undergo a psychological examination by a doctor. However, within that particular examination, the information that was disclosed there was able to be shared with, production crew and things like that. Which makes sense, because if somebody is, competing and they can't handle stress very well, then the production crew needs to know. I can't imagine being on a reality TV show. I don't think I would do well at all. All right. So, Roughly May 2021, Miss Rodriguez was hired by Lizzo and BGPT. Initially, she was brought on to perform Lizzo's Rumors music video, but she remained with Lizzo and BGPT as part of the performance group supporting Lizzo in her live concerts as well. While working on the Rumors video, she was approached with another job opportunity that would have run concurrently to rehearsals for Lizzo's live shows and tour. After rehearsals for Lizzo's live shows were postponed, Miss Rodriguez approached Lizzo's tour manager, Carlina Gugliotta, hereinafter referred to as Miss Gugliotta, that's hard to say, about possibly taking on this one-day job opportunity. Miss Gugliotta responded, "Do you want the job or not?" implying that if Miss Rodriguez wanted to keep her position as a tour dancer, she could not take any other positions. Okay, interesting. So in July, at the end of July, Miss Rodriguez was officially booked by Lizzo to perform with Lizzo at several music festivals. In August, filming for that reality TV show began, and during the filming for the show, Miss Davis and Miss Williams were first introduced to defendant Shirley Quigley, hereinafter referred to as Miss Quigley. Miss Quigley is the dance coach, one of the judges and instructors on the show and captain of Lizzo's dance team. Miss Quigley was not only vocal about her religious beliefs, but took every opportunity to proselytize. What the fuck is that word? Is this another one of those moments where we learn a new word and broaden our vocabulary? Is it? I don't know.
Proselytize.
Proselytize. I've heard this before. Proselytize. Of course I know that word. Took every opportunity to proselytize to any and all in her presence, regardless of protestations. During filming of the reality TV show, Miss Quigley took particular interest in Miss Davis and regularly preached at Miss Davis about what Miss Quigley believed to be a shared Christian identity. Great, we got a crazy Christian on board. The dance coach is a crazy Christian. During the filming, Miss Quigley discovered that Miss Davis was a virgin, and Miss Davis's virginity became a topic of extreme importance to Miss Quigley. Interesting. I didn't think it was any of Miss Quigley's fucking business. In the months to follow, Miss Quigley would routinely bring up Miss Davis's virginity in conversations with Miss Davis. Miss Quigley even mentioned Miss Davis' virginity in interviews she participated in, and later posted to social media, broadcasting an intensely personal detail about Miss Davis to the world. Miss Davis never gave Miss Quigley permission to share this private detail about Miss Davis's life. That's weird. So you're in this professional dance crew, and the dance coach constantly badgers you about the fact that you're a virgin, obsesses with it, and constantly tells other people. Strange. I don't think I would like that kind of working environment. As one of the competitions in the, why do I keep drawing a blank? Because I don't want to say those words. So as one of the competitions in the reality TV show, contestants were told that they would be required to participate in a nude photo shoot. While some contestants were not bothered by this, the prospect of a nude photo shoot made other contestants severely uncomfortable. Well, that's understandable. Miss Davis was particularly distressed by this challenge. She was entirely uncomfortable being photographed nude for anyone with access to Amazon Prime Video to see. As this challenge was part of the competition, Miss Davis believed poor performance or outright refusal would have resulted in Miss Davis being sent home from the show and no longer being considered for the spot on the dance team. While Miss Davis did not want to be photographed nude, she also dreaded the thought of not earning a spot performing on tour with Lizzo. I mean, I can get that. It's also weird for a challenge to be like completely nude thing. I mean, it's been done before. They did it on America's Next Top Model. They had situations like that all the time. This dilemma caused Miss Davis's anxiety to flare, resulting in extreme distress. Yeah, that's a very stressful situation to be in. You have your dream right before you, like your lifelong dream of dancing in that situation. You also don't want to take a nude photograph. Okay. So Davis broke down in tears on set while struggling to choose between a once-in-a-lifetime career opportunity and putting her body on display against her will. Ultimately, Davis was allowed to participate in the photo shoot partially clothed in a nude bra and underwear. However, this experience foreshadowed the sexually charged and uncomfortable environment Lizzo's employees would be forced to endure. So not necessarily a technically evil situation. I mean, it does put a lot of pressure, but she still decided to participate in it as best as she could. But note that it's just kind of like a foreshadowing. So it gets worse. We're just scratching the surface. Watch out for the big girls wrapped filming in or about late September 2021. Davis and Williams were both selected to be part of the dance cast accompanying Lizzo on tour. Williams and Davis and Rodriguez all performed with Lizzo at her festival appearances from September 2021 through April 2022. So in April 2022, plaintiffs began rehearsing in preparation for Lizzo's The Special Tour. During this time, plaintiffs worked closely with Miss Quigley. Miss Quigley is the insane Christian woman who is the dance coach. As she was captain of the dance cast, Quigley continued to preach at everyone in her surroundings, especially about her beliefs regarding Christianity and sexuality. Quigley often made comments deriding people who engaged in premarital sex, knowing that some members of the dance cast did not or share her views. Quigley also had a party trick in which she would simulate oral sex on a banana in front of the rest of the dance cast. These instances were unprompted and made plaintiffs uncomfortable. So, Miss Quigley is all about being a virtuous Christian and sexually pure and shames people who have sex before marriage, yet seems to enjoy simulating oral sex on a banana for the rest of the dance class. Like, I think we got some shadow issues going on here, don't you? Oh, Flower Dragon, thank you so much. That's so awesome of you. It's not much, but just because I want to, I can. Thank you for your streams, Jan. They're great. Thank you so much. That is so sweet of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Let's do some loppy lumps. Let's do some unicorn lumps. This gets better. Quigley's sexually inappropriate behavior did not stop at the faux fellatio. At faux fellatio? It did not stop at faux fellatio, my friends. Faux fellatio is an awesome word, and I want that on a shirt. Oh no, why did you break your baby toe? If you broke it, go to a hospital. Anyways, so Quigley, Miss Quigley, apparently it was a lot more sexual than the faux fellatio, the fake blowjob on the banana. Despite her staunch beliefs in opposition to premarital sex, she had no problem sharing her masturbatory habits with the dance cast, often stating things to the effect, masturbating is against my religion, but today, I had an oopsie. What the fuck? Who the fuck says that? And why is masturbation referred to as an oopsie? Like, what the fuck does that... How do you accidentally, like... Quigley's sexually explicit comments were so pervasive, the entire dance team knew about her sexual fantasy of having 10 penises in her face? There's nothing wrong with that. It's just a really funny, specific thing to have in a court document. My God, I don't think I needed to know this much about Miss Quigley. But now the world knows. Imagine being Miss Quigley and the world knowing, like, this stuff about you. The world just knows now that you desire to have 10 penises in your face. Now, let me be clear. There's nothing wrong with desiring to have 10 penises in your face, okay? If you can do it safely, go for it. But if you're, like, gonna be a hardcore Christian and shame other people for sexual issues or whatever, or having premarital sex and stuff, and then turn around and share a fantasy of having 10 penises in your face, I mean, call me crazy, that doesn't sound very Christian-like. I don't know any Christian who's just like, you can't have sex before a marriage. Marriage is just a special union, like, that God made for man and woman. And the 10 penises in the woman's face. Like, what the fuck is happening here? Did she say that stuff when being filmed on a reality show? Yeah, well, I mean, people do kind of put on a little bit of a persona when they're on reality TV shows. But this sounds like this is stuff that's, like, behind scenes. Mark got here at the perfect time. Mark got here in perfect time to find out that Miss Quigley shared her sexual fantasy of having 10 penises in her face. Why 10? Why is that 10? Caught all those penises in the face, no idea the context. Mark came in and there was just 10 penises flying out his face. He had no idea what hit him. None. He's still stunned on the floor. May he rest in peace. Yeah, and who calls it an oopsie? I have to go back and read that again. Despite her staunch beliefs in opposition to premarital sex, she had no problem sharing her masturbatory habits with the dance cast, often stating things to the effect, masturbating is against my religion, but today I had an oopsie. Wow. And she wants 10 penises in her face. Anyways. Quigley's constant sexual inappropriate comments are similar to those comments. Quigley ministering to plaintiffs was unceasing. Ministering. Okay, so she preached to these ladies. Miss Quigley continued to keep tabs on Miss Davis's virginity and made it clear that Quigley thought the only way one could be a proper Christian was through similar abstinence. Miss Quigley also singled out Miss Rodriguez as a non-believer and made it her mission to preach at Miss Rodriguez. Miss Quigley even told the other dance cast members it was her mission to minister to Rodriguez during the tour. When cast members told Rodriguez of Quigley's intent, Rodriguez specifically requested that Quigley refrain from impressing her religious beliefs upon her. So Quigley became irate and yelled at Miss Rodriguez. At one point while on tour, Quigley stated, "No job and no one will stop me from talking about the Lord." No job and no one will stop me. Lady, it's work. How can you sit and be like, I'm going to preach to these dancers, but here's what doesn't make sense to me. You have this dance instructor or this dance coordinator coach who's participating with Lizzo in this reality TV show where dancers are competing to be, in the top position to work with Lizzo on her tour. Lizzo, who is very sex positive, very open sexually, all this, that, and the other. How did Miss Quigley come into this scenario with all the religious beliefs and all the biases against sexual activity and things like that? I don't understand how Quigley got here. How did she get here? Where did she come from? Where did she come from? Where did she go? Where did she come from? Cotton Eye Joe. And then saying, if you're not a proper, sex abstinent Christian, then you that's a problem, and I'm going to preach to you and talk about the Lord, and no one's going to stop me. But this is your job, and your job is, pretty sure a lot of it's provocative dance, too. Well, not all of it, but, this doesn't make any sense to me. My brain is trying to put this together. On one occasion while out on tour, Quigley interrogated Davis about her religious beliefs. While in the dressing room doing their makeup in advance of a show, Quigley began stating her own religious beliefs and asking Davis if she held the same beliefs. When Davis expressed a different belief than Miss Quigley, Quigley became visibly upset, making it abundantly clear that she expected Miss Davis's total conformity to Quigley's dogma. Oh, Jesus. Literally. So while Quigley was for sure the most extreme in her religious convictions, her sentiments were softly echoed by others in supervisory roles at BGBT. Before rehearsals and performances, the dance team would pray together. Oh, no. While it was not an official requirement for the team members to participate in these prayers, it became clear that engagement was compulsory. The responsibility to lead the group in prayer rotated across the dancers, and when it was Miss Rodriguez's turn, she politely but clearly made it known that she did not want to lead the prayer. Despite Miss Rodriguez's declining every time she was asked, Miss Quigley continued to pressure Miss Rodriguez to participate and made Mrs. Rodriguez feel judged for declining to lead the dance cast in prayer. That's weird. That's not a fun working environment. And where was Lizzo the whole time? Is she religious? Something's not adding up here. Something just doesn't make sense to me. There's just some holes in this Swiss cheese. There's some holes in this cheese. It's Swiss. So many holes in this cheese, it's Swiss. So Rodriguez was struck by Quigley's insistence on overstepping. Accordingly, what the fuck? I'm not reading this right. Miss Rodriguez was struck by Miss Quigley's insistence on overstepping. Why did I see the word insistence and my brain just thought of something else? That was weird. That didn't even look like that word. Of course I know what that is. You remember Lizzo from the case of the crystal flute? Yeah. Who was what guy's flute was it again? I forget. Who did the crystal flute belong to? Wasn't it some guy who didn't actually play the flute? It had belonged to Alexander Hamilton? the president. Nobody cared. Like, I think that was my point and my takeaway from, like, when that happened, is people were acting outraged. Unlike you, like, to all the people that were outraged by Lizzo for playing that flute, saying it was, like, a mockery of history or whatever, they never even heard of fucking Alexander Hamilton. Like, it's like, people, you never even heard of this guy. You definitely didn't know he had fucking flutes. Why are you pretending to be outraged about something you had no fucking clue even existed? And the presidential, who gives a shit about archived flutes? Of all the things to be pissed off about in the world, and we're mad at a flute. Okay, that was then, though. That was then. This is weird, though. This isn't just like a cut and dry case. Like, hey, somebody touched me inappropriately. Like, this is a weird environment. It rubs me the wrong way. Just this whole like narrative of just like somebody super religious bothering other girls about like their beliefs. Let's see. On another occasion, while on tour with Lizzo, Miss Williams accidentally brushed up against one of the tour bus drivers. The driver responded by saying, "You can back up on me again," implying that Miss Williams accidentally touched him, gave him sexual gratification. A different driver was known for playing sexually explicit songs on the tour bus. Okay. These interactions made the dance cast incredibly uncomfortable and fear for their safety. Miss Davis and Miss Rodriguez reported the driver's inappropriate behavior to BGBT management on multiple occasions, but BGBT never did anything to protect the dancers. Management merely questioned whether the drivers were drunk and or driving safely and did nothing to make the dancers feel any safer than they did prior to reporting the driver's behavior. After several reports by Miss Davis and Miss Rodriguez, management began to denying ever hearing about the driver's inappropriate behavior. Oh, that's not okay. I mean, if you're touring and shit, the last person you want problems from is the fucking bus driver, the dude that you just gotta deal with pretty much on a daily basis. You don't need them making comments on you about you every time you accidentally brush up against them. Royal. Oh, Lee! Hey, Lee! It's so good to see you! And thank you so much for the super chat. I love it. Thank you. I love the little foxy person. It's good to see you, Lee. I hope you're doing well. Let's do lemons for Lee. I'm gonna just do some lemons for Lee there. So, as the domestic leg of the special tour came to a close, problems became more abundant, with the last domestic show being played on or about November 19th, 2022, and the European leg not scheduled to start until February 2023. Plaintiffs began looking for other work as they were only paid for the time they spent on tour. BGBT preferred plaintiffs did not take on additional gigs and even instructed plaintiffs' agents to place plaintiffs on a soft hold, meaning plaintiffs would not be paid during the break but should not be taking on other jobs either. That doesn't sit right with me. Like, I get that you don't want your there's a lot of job positions, situations where they don't like their workers moonlighting or things like that. But that doesn't make sense in that if there's an off season, then it shouldn't be an issue then, as long as they're due back if their contract states that they should be for the next part of the tour. But if they're not getting paid for that time, I mean, that is like, what are they supposed to do? Due to BGBT's soft prohibition on plaintiffs and their team members taking on other jobs, they became wholly financially dependent on the income they received for their performances on the special tour. The dancers then learned that the musicians and other members of the tour were on retainer, in which they were paid a portion of their tour date while on break from their tour in exchange for not taking other jobs. Okay. Plaintiffs and their team members started discussing among themselves how they would negotiate for a retainer of their own. These discussions continued through the start of the European leg of the tour. Okay, but so why was that not extended to the dancers? Why was that only extended to, like, the other crew? This makes no sense. Making matters more stressful, plaintiffs and the dance cast were only ever given 2 weeks advance notice that they were booked for tour performances. 2 weeks notice? Hey, in 2 weeks you're going to be touring with us to all these locations. That's not enough notice. That should be like months in planning. This lack of notice placed plaintiffs in a sort of purgatory, not knowing whether they could start looking for other jobs or wait for Lizzo's performances to resume. This insecurity made obtaining a retainer of the utmost importance to plaintiffs and the dance cast. On February 7, 2023, plaintiffs arrived in London, England, to start rehearsals and perform with Lizzo at the Brit Awards show. Around February 23rd, plaintiffs performed with Lizzo at the show in Amsterdam. Oh, here we go. Here's where shit gets weird. So there's a show in Amsterdam, Netherlands. After the show in Amsterdam, Lizzo invited the dancers out with her on the town. These invitations were not unusual, and the attendance was not mandatory, but it was well known that dance cast members were expected to endear themselves to Lizzo. Lizzo often mentioned that she had eyes and ears everywhere and only wanted good people with good energy around her. Okay, but I don't think people feel comfortable when you say, oh, I got eyes and ears everywhere. Those who attended after-party events Lizzo planned were often favored, selected to perform with Lizzo at shows outside of regularly scheduled tour dates, and were widely considered to enjoy greater job security. By not attending, dancers not only risked losing out on being selected for these additional shows and therefore additional income, but also risked being ostracized from the group, putting their continued employment on tour in jeopardy. It almost feels like, and obviously I can't speak for the way Lizzo thinks, but it's almost like in her mind, she's just protecting herself and she just wants, people who share the same vibe as her pretty much all the time. And if somebody's not sharing the vibe, then it seems maybe Lizzo automatically thinks that person has like nefarious intentions or thoughts or something, or just really isn't like committed. When it could just be something at face value, like, hey, they just really didn't want to like participate in that one thing. I don't think that's a good environment to be in if your job's at risk, if you don't sort of like conform to that after work special stuff. Mark says lower rungs in the performing arts always have social quicks. Yeah. I mean, like a lot of a big aspect of a lot of like the entertainment industry, like when you work with people, like you sort of have to like party with them too. This particular evening, Lizzo sent out the invite through her close friend and member of the dance cast. Chanta? I don't know. Miss Davis and Miss Rodriguez were out at dinner celebrating the birthday of one of the supporting vocal performers on tour when they received the invitation. Chanta hurried the dancers, including plaintiffs, to accept or decline, feeling their absences would be noticed or taken personally by their employer. Plaintiffs accepted the invitation before learning what Lizzo had in store for them. Okay. As it turns out, Lizzo had planned a night out in Amsterdam's notorious red light district, known for its abundance of sex theaters, sex shops, and clubs and bars where nudity is on full display. The main event of the night was a club called Banana Bar, where patrons are allowed to interact with completely nude performers. When plaintiffs expressed misgivings about the plans for the night, Chanta stated that it was too late to back out because she had already sent Lizzo the head count for the evening. Again, feeling the looming pressure of job insecurity should the plaintiffs abstain from attending, plaintiffs reluctantly went along for the evening. While at Banana Bar, things quickly got out of hand. Lizzo began inviting cast members to take turns touching the nude performers. Catching dildos launched from the performers' vaginas? And eating bananas protruding from the performers' vaginas. I did not... I did not know that you could projectile launch a dildo from your vagina. That is just... I don't want to participate. I mean, that's funny. I'd love to see somebody else trying it, but like, what the fuck is this place? And eating, like, I love that's the thing that weirds me out the most. The launched dildos, not the eating bananas. I'm assuming they put like half the banana in and then like unpeel it and then like, I don't know if it has a peel. I don't know if it's unpeeled. Extreme sports? No shit. God, is there targets? That sounds like a massive sport. They must do a lot of Kegels if they... Like, I bet you have to do a ton of Kegels to, like, just... Like, what do you do? Like, is it like sneezing or something? You just... just launch it out. They're catching it with their mouths. Oh my god, what is happening here? Turned her attention to Miss Davis and began pressuring Miss Davis to touch the breast of one of the nude women performing at the club. Lizzo began leading a chant, goading Miss Davis. Miss Davis said 3 times, enough for all to hear, "I'm good," expressing her desire not to touch the performer. The chant grew louder and more strident, demanding a visibly uncomfortable Miss Davis to engage with the performer. Miss Davis reiterated her discomfort, stating, "I'd rather not because I'm cool here in the corner." Finally, the chorus became overwhelming and mortified. Miss Davis acquiesced to the attempt to bring an end to the chants. Jesus Christ. After Miss Davis briefly touched the performer's breast, the group burst into laughter. Davis abashedly laughed along, trying to hide how uncomfortable this interaction made her. Her efforts to conceal her discomfort were apparently unsuccessful, as on separate occasions, BGBT management in the attendance, as well as Lizzo's security team, asked Miss Davis if she was okay. Miss Davis replied of kind of to one request and no to the other. In addition to pressuring an unwilling Miss Davis into reaction with a new performer, plaintiffs and all the attendants were unable to avoid witnessing Lizzo's incredibly public display of sexual affection with her boyfriend. At one point, the couple exuberantly took Chanta and 2 members of the band, which performed with Lizzo on tour, to a back room before returning sometime later. Oh, Jesus. Was that like a group sex situation? Upon her return to the main club, Lizzo began to pressure a member of her security team to participate in the night's debauchery. Lizzo badgered the security guard to get in on the club stage until he submitted to her demands. When he got on the stage, his pants were pulled down, exposing his buttocks. Lizzo then began yelling, "Take it off," while a club performer hit the security guard with whips. Plaintiffs were aghast with how little regard Lizzo showed for the bodily autonomy of her employees and those around her, especially in the presence of many people whom she employed. You know, that's a good point, Lee. And that's kind of like more like along the lines of what I was thinking. Because Lizzo is somebody who is all about sex positivity, right? And I had some thoughts today about that. Because I'm definitely down for sex positivity and stuff like that. Having a positive attitude about sexual interest and things, sexual health, stuff like that. What I think a lot of people kind of make the mistake of doing is thinking that sexual positivity is interchangeable and sort of the same thing as being sexually open. Does that make sense? Like when some people think sexual positivity or sex positivity, it's like, oh, that must mean like being really sexually open, and that doesn't necessarily have to. That's not the case, really. It's not. Because for me, like, for example, for me personally, I'm definitely all about sex positivity. But I'm not really sexually open. Like, I mean, I'd definitely be down to, like, go to a strip club or something. But even this, like, if I felt pressure to do something like this, I wouldn't be happy either. And it's not because I think, like, that other people are gross or disgusting or anything like that for participating in it. It would just be something where I'm like, hey, this isn't for me. So I think people need to keep that in mind when they think about sex positivity. Being positive about sex and sexuality does not mean that the person is also sexually open, that they're okay with just like sort of like an anything goes at any time attitude. You know, you could have very conservative people who are sexually conservative also, you know, be sex positive, you know, positive about sexual issues. The abuse of power. Yeah, you know, it's clear that there's no lines between what is a professional work environment and what Lizzo sees as friends to hang out with. And it seems like Lizzo wants dancers who are also her friends that she can just fuck around with, and they're all on the same page of like the same attitude, but they're not. She's got some polarizing like people in here. Why even have this religious lady involved in to begin with? So after performing in Paris, France, Lizzo again invited the dancers out. She told them that they were going to be going to go to Crazy Horse, a place where there would be live dancers performing, and they would be able to learn something or be inspired by performance. What Lizzo failed to mention when inviting the dancers to this performance was that it was a nude cabaret bar. Okay. Not until the curtain opened and the nude women began to dance on stage did plaintiffs know what they were in store for. Not only were the plaintiffs under the same pressure as before to go out with Lizzo after the performance, but this time the fact that they would be attending a show where nudity was prominently featured was hidden from them, making them completely surprised when the curtain was drawn and nudity was yet again on display. While the show at Crazy Horse was artful and nowhere near as uncomfortable as their outing in Banana Bar, plaintiffs were shocked that Lizzo would conceal the nature of the event from them, robbing them of the choice not to participate. Yeah, that's not building up any choice or like any chance for like consent. You know, anything sexual should be like a consensual thing. I think because I would definitely be open to like a nude performance, things like that. But like, I don't think I would appreciate it if somebody was just like, oh, we're going to go see some dancers and then not really specify what the fuck we're watching. All right. On or about March 9th, the dance team submitted their request to BGBT and Lizzo for a retainer of 50% of their weekly tour rate to ensure that they would be paid for their time while on a break from touring, since BGBT and Lizzo strongly prefer the dance cast not to take on other jobs during these breaks. Yeah, if you're telling me I can't get other work while we're off tour, like, you need to create a system to where I will have some income during that time off tour. So about March 16th, the last of the show of the European leg of the special tour was played. Before the show, BGBT accountant Ashley Joshi sent an email responding to the dancers' retainer request. In the email, Joshi offered a retainer of 25% of the dancers' weekly tour rate, exactly half of what the dancers requested. Additionally, Joshi took the opportunity to scold the dancers for unacceptable and disrespectful behavior while on tour, stating that it was a cause for termination. What the hell is she talking about? Nowhere in the email did Joshi explain what she or BGBT deemed unacceptable and disrespectful. Only the dance cast, comprised of full-figured women of color, were ever spoken to in this manner, giving plaintiffs the impression that these comments were charged with racial and fat-phobic animus. This email marked the beginning of a strained relationship between the dancers and management. I don't know where the racial part is. I'm too blind to see. But hopefully I will understand this better. Because so far I understand this to be a sexual issue. Deemed unacceptable and disrespectful. Only the dance cast. So it's comprised of full-figured women of color. Oh, interesting. Okay. Wait. Oh. Out of the whole production crew, only the dance cast that was comprised of full-figured women of color were spoken to in this manner. So a lot of other people got respect more than these women of color. I got it now. Yeah, it seems like the dancers are getting a lot of shit. And then they go talk to, like, the music people, and they're like, oh, we're getting our retainers just fine. Plaintiffs and their fellow dancers were blindsided by the allegations of the email and requested a meeting with Kevin Beasler. Beasler initially agreed to meet, but when he arrived for the meeting, Beasler simply stated that he had no time to talk with the dancers, even though he had devoted ample time to discussions with the musicians and vocalists performing on tour at the same day. Mr. Beasler promised he would make time to talk with the dance cast over Zoom regarding the cast concerns, but never followed through. The dancers performed that night and then returned to the United States shortly after. Yeah, this is not looking good. This is not looking good. So back in the United States, the dancers were once again placed on a soft hold, unable to take their other jobs. Shows were not due to resume for over a month. Fortunately, on or about April 4th, 2023, the dancers and BGBT were able to agree to a 50% retainer. Unfortunately, despite the advances the dancers made in obtaining the retainer, it became clear that BGBT's management began to lash out at the dancers. Specifically, the management treated the black members of the dance team differently than the other members. The management team consisted mostly entirely of white Europeans who often accused the black members of the dance team of being lazy and unprofessional and having bad attitudes. Not only do these words ring familiar as tropes used to disparage and discourage black women from advocating for themselves, but the same accusations were not levied against the dancers who were not black. That is not good. That sounds like a big pile of steaming shit to me. That sounds not fair. So I hope these ladies get their justice, frankly. About April 20th, the dance cast was scheduled for an 8-hour rehearsal. Near the end of the rehearsal, Lizzo arrived and called the dance cast together for a meeting to address the rumors of unprofessionalism. During this meeting, Lizzo also stated that the dancers were not performing up to par and repeatedly accused the dancers of drinking alcohol before shows, even though the dance cast had never partaken in such a practice. Lizzo then stated all the dancers would be required to re-audition for their spots, and if Lizzo was dissatisfied with her performances at the end of the day, the dancers would be fired and sent home. What followed was an excruciating re-audition in which the dancers repeatedly ran through the entire 90-minute show. What was supposed to be an 8-hour rehearsal was extended to almost 12 hours. That's fucked. That's not good. The re-audition was brutal as the dancers were not allowed a break. During the run-through of the show, Miss Davis felt the need to excuse herself to use the restroom. However, she was afraid that if she left the stage at any point during the audition, she would be fired. Davis was pressed on as long as she could until eventually she lost control of her bladder. Still fearing the repercussions of exiting the stage during the run, though, Miss Davis remained on stage, dancing in soiled clothes until there was a brief segment of the show where the dance cast was not part of the on-set performance and were allowed a short break. That's sad. Really? That's fucked up. Miss Davis was utterly embarrassed and hurried backstage to get into clean clothes. Unfortunately, the only clothing available to Miss Davis was a see-through garment provided by the wardrobe department, making her feel exposed and even more embarrassed. Davis was required to finish the rehearsal dancing in front of male crew members who were known to sexualize the dancers under less revealing scenarios. While wearing completely transparent shorts and no undergarments after the rehearsal was finally over, nothing was said to the dancers, but they were left with the impression that they were to show up the next day. Wow. On or about April 21st, Lizzo called another meeting with the dance cast to reiterate that none of their jobs were safe. Once again, Lizzo mentioned that drinking alcohol before the show was prohibited, as this accusation was not based on any sort of reality. Miss Williams raised her hand and asked to speak. Miss Williams went on to rebut Lizzo's accusation of drinking on the job, stating that the dancer had never drank alcohol prior to the shows. Miss Quigley, the religious bitch, immediately supported Miss Williams, confirming that the dancers had never drank before the shows. That's good. Lizzo mockingly responded, "Well, if you're not, then good for you all." Then stated that maybe the accusations of drinking before the shows were on the account of the dancers' poor performance. From this moment on, the tension between Lizzo, BGBT management, and Miss Williams was palpable. Wow. Let's see. About April 21st, Miss Davis was called into a private meeting with Lizzo and the choreographer, Tanisha Scott. Hereinafter referred to as Miss Scott. I hate these extra sentences that I have to skip over. Anyways, Miss Lizzo and Miss Scott questioned whether Miss Davis was struggling with something as she seemed less committed to her role on the dance cast. Well, no shit. I don't think I would be very inspired after all that shit. Lizzo and Miss Scott passed Miss Davis for an explanation on why she seemed less bubbly and vivacious than she did prior to the tour starting. In professional dance, a dancer's weight gain is often seen as that dancer getting lazy or worse off as a performer. Lizzo and Miss Scott's question about Miss Davis's commitment to the entire tour were thinly veiled concerns about Miss Davis's weight gain, which Lizzo has previously called attention to after noticing it at the South by Southwest Music Festival. Interesting. I thought she was supposed to, but this doesn't make any sense though, because Lizzo is body positive herself, so, and it's not even about performance, it's about morale. I mean, you can have really talented people on your team, but if you don't boost morale every once in a while, your team's going to fall apart and it's not going to perform very well. There should have been team building exercises that didn't involve the fucking banana bar. Miss Davis stated that she was dealing with personal issues but did not want to but did not, nor would she ever let it affect her work. In fact, not only had Miss Davis' performances as a dancer not slipped, but Davis had also become a better dancer than she was when she was hired. So Lizzo and Miss Scott were not satisfied with Miss Davis's answer and continued to press, just as she was at Banana Bar. Lizzo was relentless until Miss Davis bent to her demands. Although Lizzo and Miss Scott never explicitly stated, these questions accompanied by Lizzo's statements made after the South by Southwest Music Festival gave Miss Davis the impression that she needed to explain her weight gain and disclose intimate personal details about her life in order to keep her job. Sad. I'm not actually crying. My eyes itch. In response, Lizzo and Scott dismissively offered Miss Davis some time off of rehearsals to attend therapy. This offer seemed strange to Miss Davis and made her feel like if she accepted time off, Lizzo and BGBT would see her as too weak to continue as a member of the dance cast. According to Miss Davis, Accordingly, Miss Davis declined, thinking it was the only way she could keep her job. This meeting took place immediately before a show, and although Miss Davis was hurt and emotionally drained by being forced to tell her employers about personal struggles, she still went out and performed that night. So, about April 26, Williams was terminated in the lobby of the hotel dancers were staying at by Miss Gugliotta under the guise of budget cuts. Oh, the old "we gotta cut the budget" fire. I love that. Typically, when somebody says they're gonna fire you because of budget cuts, it's like code for "we hate you. Go away." Anyways, Williams was the only dancer to get fired on this day. Stunned, Williams asked to speak to Lizzo. Gugliotta responded, telling Williams that Lizzo isn't the best with these things, and she has got a lot going on. Underrated. Miss Williams continued to ask to speak with Lizzo until Miss Gugliotta stated that Miss Williams does not have the best attitude at the time and comes across as smarky. Rodriguez then spoke to Miss Gugliotta, expressing disagreement with the decision to publicly terminate Miss Williams. The Gugliotta responded that it had to be done, and then stated, "We've never had any problems with you." April 27th, all dancers were called into a meeting with Lizzo to discuss notes on how they had been dancing. Prior to discussing performances, Lizzo addressed Miss Williams being fired. During the meeting, Lizzo stated that she had heard that one of the dancers questioned why Lizzo hadn't fired Miss Williams directly. Lizzo repeatedly demanded to know who questioned her decision to fire Miss Williams, and once again reminded the dance cast that she had eyes and ears everywhere. Lizzo also stated her preference that the dance cast refrain from socializing with Miss Williams before Miss Williams left New Orleans, where the tour was performing that night. Afterwards, Lizzo finally gave the group performance notes. That does not sound very nice at all. That literally does not sound nice. Keep in mind, this is just what's on the table legally. Okay? You know, these are like, this is just putting it down on paper and getting the ball rolling. We don't know what's been proved or what hasn't been proved, or we also don't know what parts of this are actually pursuable legally and which ones aren't. You know, is this legal controversy, legal problems, or is this just moral problems? You know what I mean? So Davis, who suffers from an eye condition, which Lizzo and her management were aware of, sometimes become disoriented in stressful times resulting as a result of the condition. According to Miss Davis, has a habit of making audio recordings of stressful interactions so she can review them later in less stressful environments. As the tour camp had become incredibly tense for Miss Davis, the original intent of the meeting was for Lizzo to provide performance notes that could be crucial to the dancers' continued employment. Davis recorded this meeting so she could review it later on. fuck me. On or about May 3rd, all the dancers were called into an emergency wardrobe fitting. As they arrived at this fitting, BGBT management and security were there waiting for the dance cast. Security took each dancer's phone as they entered the room. Once all were in the room and their phones were collected, Lizzo entered. Lizzo stated that she knew that one of the dancers recorded their meetings on April 27th. Lizzo became furious, hurling explicitives at the group, and stated that she was going to go around the room person by person until someone told Lizzo who made the recording. That seems like a little bit much. Davis admitted that she had recorded the meeting and explained it was because she wanted to have a copy of the notes Lizzo had given them about their performances. Miss Davis also explained that she never intended to harm Lizzo with the recordings and even deleted it the day after the recording. Lizzo responded with, "There's nothing you can do to say to make me believe you." Miss Quigley and Lizzo then took turns berating Miss Davis after casting Miss Davis. Lizzo fired after castigating Davis. Lizzo fired Miss Davis on the spot. Before Lizzo left, Miss Rodriguez asked if she could have a word with Lizzo. Rodriguez explained that she did not appreciate how Lizzo handled the situation with Davis and that Rodriguez felt disrespected and therefore would resign. This resignation drew both Miss Quigley and Lizzo's ire. Miss Quigley screamed at Miss Rodriguez and Miss Davis, calling them disrespectful. Then Lizzo aggressively approached Rodriguez, cracking her knuckles, balling her fist, and exclaiming, "You're lucky. You're so fucking lucky." Jesus. Rodriguez feared that Lizzo intended to hit her and would have done so if one of the other dancers had not intervened. Neither security nor management did anything to de-escalate the situation. As Lizzo left the room, she raised both her middle fingers and yelled, "Bye, bitch." Rodriguez then returned to her hotel room, escorted by 3 other dancers, as they feared Lizzo may return trying to hurt Miss Rodriguez. Rodriguez packed her things and prepared to leave. Davis was forced to stay behind, detained in the room where the meeting had taken place by a member of Lizzo's security detail, referring as Robo, Molly Gordon. The Special Tours co-manager demanded Miss Davis let Robo rifle through the files on Miss Davis' phone on her iCloud while Miss Gordon watched, even though Miss Davis had clearly explained that she had deleted it. This is where the accusation of a false imprisonment comes in. You can't imprison somebody. You can't tell somebody you can't leave. Like, they have every right to leave. If you hold somebody against their will like that, that's false imprisonment. You can't do that. So I think that there's going to be definitely some legal issue here. Davis was scared and wanted nothing more than to leave the area and therefore assented to her phone being searched. A thorough search confirmed Miss Davis's assertions that she had already deleted the recordings off her phone. After finally being released from confinement, Davis hurried to her hotel room, packing her things, and met up with Rodriguez and left for the airport. Their flights did not leave for another 7 hours, but the two were afraid that Lizzo might return with the intent to confront them. So they created a hostile work environment for the plaintiffs, making the conditions of their employment intolerable, direct contravention of various stats and blah, blah, blah. Throughout their employment with Lizzo and BGBT, plaintiffs were exposed to an overtly sexual atmosphere that permeated their workplace, as explained in great detail above. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And Miss Quigley, who takes breaks to publicly practice her oral sex skills on bananas. What is with people and bananas today? Can we just enjoy bananas for their nutritional value? I think we've gotten a big enough picture of this. As I said, this is like, it's got like more, but I think we've got a pretty good picture of this. And you know, I think my takeaway from this is what I was talking about before. I even wrote it down in a note. There's a difference between sex positivity and being sexually open. You do not have to be sexually open, ready to do any sexual act at any time of the day in order to be sex positive, supportive of sex. You know, you really don't have to. It's not required. You can be perfectly conserved in your sexuality and enjoy that and be just fine with it and support sex positivity. But you don't have to put yourself in environments where you're having to do something that you don't want to do just to prove that you're sex positive. That's not what sex positive means. So I hope out of anything that we can take away from that is just like, you don't have to be sexually open in order to be sex positive. You really don't. Anyways, so they put that out there. Lizzo's response to the lawsuit is kind of self-righteous. So anyways, she says, I am hurt. Lizzo says this. I'm hurt, but I will not let the good work I've done in the world be overshadowed. Oh, wait, no, that's the end of it. No. Go back. Okay, here it is. The last few days have been gut-wrenchingly difficult and overwhelmingly disappointing. My work ethic, morals, and respectfulness have been questioned. My character has been criticized. Usually I choose not to respond to false allegations, but these are as unbelievable as they sound and too outrageous not to be addressed. So already she's calling these false allegations. These sensationalized stories are coming from former employees who have already publicly admitted that they were told their behavior on our tour was inappropriate and unprofessional. Did they really explain, though? We still don't have all the answers, though. Like, I mean, all the last stuff I read, that was just, like, that's what they're saying. That's what they're putting on the table. Nothing has been, like, confirmed yet. As an artist, I have always been very passionate about what I do. I take my music and my performances seriously because at the end of the day, I only want to put out the best art that represents me and my fans. With passion comes hard work and high standards. Sometimes I have to make hard decisions, but it's never my intention to make anyone feel uncomfortable or like they aren't valued as an important part of the team. I am not here to be looked at as a victim, but I am also know that I am not the villain that people and the media have portrayed me to be the last few days. I am very open with my sexuality. That's great. And expressing myself, but I cannot accept or allow people to use that openness to make me out something that I am not. There's nothing wrong with being sexually open. It's just not everybody is going to be open like you are. And I think you need to do some more checks and balances before you create an environment where people feel like they have to. There is nothing I can take more seriously. There's nothing I take more seriously than the respect we deserve as women in the world. I know what it feels like to be body shamed on a daily basis and would absolutely never criticize or terminate an employee because of their weight. I'm hurt, but I will not let the good work I've done in the world to be overshadowed by this. I want to thank everyone who has reached out in support to lift me up during this difficult time. Oh, did she have anything to say about the women? She said something and nothing at all at the same time. Nice lawyering. I mean, yeah, open with my sexuality. Well, that's a really cute way to dismiss sexual assault. I mean, yeah. Like, how? I have more questions. Like, how are you sexually open? So there you have it. We need to see what comes out with this. We need to see how this goes. if Lizzo will settle. And I learned something interesting today with Emily D. Baker speaking about this. You know, sometimes when people settle, like if they're accused of something and they decide to settle, a lot of people will think like that's an admission of guilt, which isn't necessarily the case. That's kind of something I would have assumed. But sometimes people will settle because it's just purely for financial reasons. Even though if they're innocent, sometimes they'll settle because it outweighs it's easier to do that than to spend a lot of time and even more money fighting the case. And some people are like, hey, I'll fight it. And I feel like Lizzo would be the type of person who's like, I'm going to fight this. But we still have to see like what's going on with that. Speaking of sexual deviance, let's turn on to Rudy Giuliani with these transcripts that have been released. Transcripts of audio. Wow, really? Okay, sorry, I got distracted. Now, keep in mind, these are transcripts. So this isn't a he said, she said type of situation. This is an actual audio recording, only we don't have the audio recording. We have the transcripts from it. And I wish we could have the audio recording because it would be cringe fest galore. Anyways, former New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani allegedly used vulgar language, criticized Jewish people for celebrating Passover, and took aim at celebrities according to transcripts of audio recordings. This is funny. The transcripts filed on Tuesday are part of a lawsuit against Giuliani brought by Noel Dunphy, which accuses the former mayor of rape and sexual abuse. He has denied the allegations. The publication of the transcripts comes after media outlets identified Giuliani as one of the alleged co-conspirators in Tuesday's federal indictment of former President Donald Trump, arising from special counsel Jack Smith's investigation into efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election. Giuliani has not been charged with any crime. Dunphy says she worked for the former mayor as a consultant from 2019 to 2021. At the time, Giuliani was Trump's personal lawyer. The transcripts, which have been certified by a court reporting agency, show brief remarks Giuliani made during conversations in 2019 were filed in response to Giuliani's request to have part of Dunphy's lawsuit struck out. He made the request to the judge overseeing the case in June, arguing that the allegations against him were false and claims about his supposed sexual proclivities toward Dunphy were meant to portray Mr. Giuliani as a sexual deviant. He is! Ted Goodman, a representative for Giuliani, issued a statement to the Daily Mail on Wednesday saying, "This was a consensual relationship. Miss Dunphy has a documented history of making harassment claims against men for the purpose of making money, which has been reported in part by the New York Post. Miss Dunphy's history of this sort of behavior is well documented and available through public records." It's disappointing to see some so-called journalists stoop so low with these smear and attacks against a man who has dedicated his life to serving others. Mayor Giuliani cleaned up New York City, took down the mafia, and comforted the nation following September 11th. Okay, but wait. It gets better. The transcripts filed by Dunphy's attorney, Justin Kelton, appear to show Giuliani insulting Jewish people, using a slur to describe actor Matt Damon, and using vulgar sexual language. Newsweek has tried to contact representatives of Damon for comment. Some of the details the transcript had previously been revealing, including Giuliani calling Dunphy his daughter. Are you ready? Buckle up, bitches. March 4th, 2019. You ready? Here's the transcripts. Mr. Giuliani says, every place. Mrs. Dunphy, I'll try to make it like obvious. Okay, I'll try to like read it in different voices. Here we go. Every place. You were finding a little place in the woods? Get off the airplane in a new city. On the airplane. Go right to the hotel. Give the money. On the dining room table? Yeah, and we got to go right ahead wherever. On the floor of the living room as soon as we get in. We don't even make it to the bedroom. Yes. All the clothes come off. Oh, yes. Oh, God. Let the doorman wait outside to bring the luggage. Wait, we need a little time alone. Yeah, I need a little time alone with my girlfriend here. That's right. With my daughter. Ah! With my daughter. That's right. With my little girl. What was in the... This is real. I wish we could listen to this. I want to hear his voice saying it. I want to hear it. I want to own you officially. Oh yeah? Legally with a document. Put your name on. Mark, did Tarantino write this dialogue? I don't know, because I feel like I'm reading one of the scripts. Mr. Giuliani, come here, big tits. Come here, big tits. Your tits belong to me. Give them to me. I want to claim my tits. I want to claim my tits. I want to claim tits. These are my tits. Oh, yeah? These breasts belong to me. Nobody else can get near these, okay? I don't care if they're flirting or they give you a business cards. These are mine. You got it? Yes. Understand? I'm very fucking possessive. I've gone easy on you. I don't know. I've been easy on you. You're pretty tough on me. I've been easy on you. Give them to me. Maybe. Who are the other Republicans? Who are the celebrities? Ain't too many. Not Brad Pitt, the other guy that looks like him. Bradley Cooper? No, the other one. What the hell's his name? Well, Matt Damon is very liberal. No, Matt Damon is a fuck. Matt Damon is also 5 feet and 2 inches. Eyes are blue. Coochie, 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 coo. Maybe. What the fuck is this conversation? You are my bitch. I'm your bitch. You're my wife. You're my fucking slave. And here's this. Jews, they want to go through that freaking Passover all the time. Man, oh man, get over the Passover. It was like 3,000 years ago, okay? The Red Sea parted, big deal. Not the first time that happened. When did the Red Sea part ever? Let alone again. Get over the Passover. It was like 3,000 years ago. Okay, the Red Sea parted. Big deal. Not the first time that happened. What the fuck? What the fuck? These are different. Some of these are different dates. This isn't like the same fucking conversation all the way through. The way the natural selection works, Jewish men have small cocks because they can't use them after they get married, okay? Whereas the Italian men use them all their lives so they get bigger. Oh my fuck, I didn't know that. There's actually a grown-ass man out there that believes if you don't use your wiener, then, like, it gets smaller. So, yeah, that was the end of that. So, yeah, these are the transcripts of Rudy Giuliani. Transcripts that are like court approved. I want to hear it. I want to hear the actual recordings. Why can't we have them? Give them to me. Do you have any idea how fucking phenomenal the audio clipping would be from that? Fucking phenomenal. Anyways, I'm not really sure too much like what's going on into this lawsuit with him and this lady, but already, I mean, it's Rudy Giuliani. Like, how can you not fucking expect it to be him to be a complete piece of shit? And the shit he was saying is pretty gross. When he's referring to her as you're my daughter, you're my little girl. Come here. What the fuck is it? Come here, big tits. Yeah, your tits are mine. I'm gonna own your tits. I'm gonna own you legally. He has some weird fucked up kinks. hear him in his like sweaty fucking like heavy breathing fucking like mid-stroke like banterings about her tits. Oh, come here, big tits. I don't even know what his voice really like. I just kind of trying to do like gruff New Yorker. Yeah, well, obviously he's got some deranged ideas about women. And it's not surprising at all. Like, literally not surprising. Yeah, it's really gross. Was this a stroke session? It's just so funny. But hey, Miss Dunphy is trying really hard to paint him as a sexual deviant. Okay? She doesn't have to try too hard here. I love this shit. Come here, big tits. Your tits belong to me. Give them to me. I want my tits. I want to claim my tits. These are my tits. Come here. Imagine being a grown-ass man and referring to a woman as big tits. Come here, big tits. Yeah, he is like a 15-year-old boy. Come here, big. I just love this incoherent conversation with like Brad Pitt, the other guy that looks like him. Bradley Cooper? No, the other one. What the hell's his name? Oh yeah, Matt Damon. Brad Pitt, Bradley Cooper, Matt Damon. People have been like, a lot of the ads, like, or the headlines of articles about this are like, Rudy Giuliani says something critical of Matt Damon, and like nobody can get like a comment out of Matt Damon. But it's like, what do you say? Like, you're minding your own business and you find out that fucking Rudy Giuliani is muttering about you to Mrs. Big Tits. Fuck me. You all just want to smell the sweet, succulent, sexy sweat of Rudy Giuliani and have him whisper sweet nothings about your big tits in your ear. Come here, big tits. I want your tits. I want to claim your tits. Anyways, you can claim your tits by liking my live stream. And then you can keep them yourself. Like the live stream and claim your big tits. All right, well, we're on our last little vid of the day, and then we'll call it a night. We have, Joe's like, I just love my new tits. Claim your titties. Rudy should take up the climbing of actual mountains and then stay up there. Get a nice little spot for you on Mount Everest. So we watched, I don't know if it was last week or before that, but we watched this guy trolling anti-gay protesters. But this is a new one. So this is a brand new, and it was released yesterday, and there's protesters at Drag Story Hour. So it's like 20 minutes long. I think it's the perfect thing to just watch and wrap up the evening and then call it a night.
You're probably wondering how I got into all this. Let's start at the beginning.
Pauline Park, I've been doing LGBT activism for 29 years. I'm best known for having led the campaign for the transgender rights law that was enacted in April 2002. I knew at the age of 4 that I was transgender.
Wait, 4 years old?
Yeah.
How did you know?
So I'll tell you the story if you're interested in hearing it.
Yeah.
When I was about to turn 5, I went off to kindergarten. They had us line up, boys and girls, and I had not really thought about gender. When I came home, I told my mother that all the girls were wearing these pants with little stirrups. And I asked her if she would buy me a pair. And she said, in a very shocked voice, but those are for girls. And I suddenly realized that I'd hit a brick wall that I later would come to understand was a sex gender binary, that I'd been assigned to a sex and a gender without having been consulted.
Well, what did you do about it?
My parents were Christian fundamentalists. They were conservative Republicans, and I was just precocious enough to realize that I couldn't discuss transgender with my parents. It was something that I kept to myself. When I was about 12 or 13, I went to libraries. There was one book on transgender called Transvestites and Transsexuals. You have to remember this was 1972 or 73. I had this sudden shock.
I don't know why the term transvestite is so 70s. It's just purely 70s.
Of recognition, realizing that I had some connection with the people being described in this book. But once again, you know, growing up in a Christian fundamentalist household, I didn't feel free to discuss this. There was no such thing as Drag Story Hour, no public library in Milwaukee, which is where I grew up. There were no TV shows or movies that had positive reflections or representations of the LGBT community. Whatever representations there were of psychopathic, transvestite serial killers.
It was always this deviant, antisocial behavior.
Right, exactly. Some of these children may grow up to be trans or gay or queer in some fashion. No one is imposing anything on them. What we're doing is opening up a new world for them in which everyone is accepted for who they are.
What aren't people understanding
I think that's nice. This is really sweet.
About the trans movement today?
Well, there's a huge amount of misunderstanding about transgender identity in general because most people don't know any openly transgendered people. I think it's interesting that Drag Story Hour has become a flashpoint because honestly, this is just a small family event hosted by the Queen's Public Library for families and their children, where you have a colorful drag queen reading children's stories to children. I think the reason it's become a flashpoint is partly because the religious right lost the battle over same-sex marriage, and they're looking for a wedge issue to try to generate support for a right-wing agenda. In the case of these people, I would say a far right-wing agenda, because these people are probably mostly Trump supporters. Most of them probably do not live in Jackson Heights or
Yeah, most of them are Trump supporters.
Elmhurst. I think it would not be inaccurate to call them fascists because most people in this city and major urban areas now know gay and lesbian people. Gay and lesbian people are no longer frightening to most straight people. They are playing on the fact that most people still do not know openly transgender people because there's a relative lack of understanding of transgender.
Right, because there really isn't as many like transgender people as you think there are surrounding you at all times. Like some people tend to think that everybody around me is becoming transgender. Oh, I'm next. Like it's not happening. Like we're definitely, there's a population of us. We're not going anywhere, but it's pretty small. But the way you talk to some of these transphobes, they make it seem like we're everywhere.
Identity, the right wing.
I mean, I can guarantee you I'm probably the only transgender person in my town, but probably not. I don't know. If there are other trans people in my neighborhood, I have no idea where the fuck they are, who they are. It's not like we have an app, you know. We don't have like a Grindr app for like trans people.
The far right wing has seized on transgender as an issue to organize around. These people are trying to align two different phenomena. One is drag performances in bars, which sometimes can be a bit risque.
But it's in a bar.
Yes. For adults versus Drag Story Hour, which is intended for children, which is completely non-pornographic. It is a family-oriented event that is hosted by Queens Public Library, New York Public Library, other libraries around the country. The only thing that I think these people are right about, they're wrong about everything. I would say they might be right about one thing. Drag Story Hour is dangerous. Why is Drag Story Hour dangerous? Because it teaches an appreciation for inclusion and diversity, which is exactly what these people fear. They're stuck back in the 50s, maybe the 1950s, arguably the 1850s, and an antiquated and completely wrong-headed patriarchal notion rooted in the sex-gender binary. What we're seeing here really is a small group. I counted maybe 15 or 16 at the most, which is all they ever get, and they never get more than, at most, 15 or 16.
You're not counting the cops that circle around them.
Right. These people are only here to disrupt. They have nothing worthwhile to say. I do not engage them. People who have organized Drag Story Hour Defense don't engage them.
Well, I like to engage them. That's why I wore this.
Oh, well, it's cute.
Yeah.
Yes.
Kids are being sexually groomed in a library.
What's
And
groomed?
you don't do nothing about it. People like you, and you're a man.
I'm not being groomed. I'm a man. How do you know I'm a man?
How do I know you're a man?
How do you know I'm a man?
Because I'm not in your era. I'm in my era. My era taught me that you were a man, regardless of what the you think you are.
But wait,
I
how
don't
do
fuck
you?
about your feelings.
How do you know?
I'm telling you, I know. I was born in the 80s.
Because you're
I don't
born in
believe
the
your
80s?
Imagination. Because I don't believe in your imagination. That's it.
Because you're born in the 80s.
Because I don't believe in your imagination.
Okay.
Did you not hear that part, or you want to hear it again?
You hear it again.
We can hear it again. I don't believe in your imagination. What age do you think that kids should be drinking? So let me interview
It
you.
should be so it should be BYOB, I think.
BYOB.
You know what? Just bring your own bottle for the children's for Drag Story Hour at least.
And you're lucky I don't hook off on you because there's cops behind me, because I definitely would have broke your glasses. Say some weird shit like that. Bring your own bottle to a kid event?
Wait, did you know that Drag Story Hour is mandatory? It's like jury duty.
Man, this guy is so triggered. He is so triggered. How can you actually take anything seriously from a guy wearing a Bud Light costume? I mean, he looks like a big beer bottle. They're just so like, and he's not even making any sense.
Right?
No, it's not. It's jury duty for you.
Should Bud Light be available in the children's libraries, or should it be like a BYOB thing?
I think you've got the wrong person.
You're wearing a Black Lives Matter shirt.
I know that.
So Black Lives Matter?
All lives matter.
So it's a guy wearing a Black Lives Matter shirt that says all lives matter.
I wore a Black Lives Matter shirt today because I wanted to blend in nicely while I was capturing footage.
I was trying to blend in too. I wanted to infiltrate the radical left.
Did you?
The radical intolerant left. You have a thing of Donald Trump on your phone?
Yeah, that's because look at that. He supports my movement.
Who'd you vote for in the last election?
Donald Trump.
Who won the last election?
Donald Trump probably got more votes, but Joe Biden won the election.
Joe Biden won the election, but Donald Trump got more votes. How does that work?
It doesn't work. And we're not advocating for the Republican Party, for the record.
But you don't support the Republican Party?
No, I am. Well, I'm a Republican. I'm a gay man.
Okay. And what age did you know that you were...
I was very young.
What indoctrination brought you to that?
Well, I'm still gay.
Was it school curriculum?
Can we just fast forward to the part where you're trying to make a point about how little kids who are transgender know that they're transgender? It's become a trend to tell people who are confused that they're trans and then put them on medication and puberty blockers.
Is that what they're doing at Drag Story Hour right now?
Do you think it's appropriate for grown men to go in front of children with signs on their chest saying, I don't want to look or be cis? And that's the message that's being sent to toddlers.
Well, first of all, this is voluntary. So if I was a parent and I brought my kid to this and there was that, I'd be like, maybe this isn't for me.
It's not voluntary when it's in schools. It's the parents.
This is not voluntary.
No, this is voluntary. It is not voluntary.
Attendance at Drag Story Hour is not
voluntary for the third time. It is not voluntary when they have these programs in school.
Dang, they get so angry. What the fuck? Why are they even talking to them if they're so annoyed?
These people, they're not identifying as gay, they're not identifying as lesbian, they're identifying as non-binary, gender fluid, gender queer.
Yeah, they're doing as pan and they're looking.
I love it when gay people get so fucking angry about non-binary people. It's as if we're encroaching upon your gayness. We're all queer, dear. We're all queer, and conservatives hate all of us. The right wing, I mean, primarily. The Trump supporter. I mean, they fucking hate all of us.
Looking at gender as fluid, they're looking at sexuality as something that's fluid.
That's totally. So, how many genders are there?
What? How many genders? Genders construct. As many people there are in this world, that's how many genders there are. So it's something we made up. It's something we made up. Are you part of LGBTQ? It seems like there's this huge right wing push to put gay people back in the closet.
What? By who?
Their
First of all, I never said anything for Trump.
Their identity, their public identity is deemed more sexual. It's the children. What about the children? Apparently, children are just cutting their genitals off. They're taking these drugs that immediately give them osteoporosis. And this is all happening like immediately. It's not like a decision made after several years.
So, several things. First of all, for most children under 18, they require parental consent for any kind of medical intervention. And unfortunately,
These ABC 1 to 3 conversations again. Like, talking about as if children are just constantly being combated with, like, overly sexualized things and just, like, these obscure, like, new out-of-the-box gender norms and things like that. It's just, it gets, like, a little, like, I guess I get impatient after I've, like, said the things so many times. I kind of just, like, summarize them again, but, like, then I have to remember there's new people watching, like, my shows and stuff, so it kind of is to go over it again. But, like, there's no threat of, like, transgender kids or non-binary kids on the rest of the world. There really just isn't.
a lot of parents actually don't support any kind of medical intervention. So there's that. The number of children who are undergoing any medical intervention is very small. It's tiny. I don't know if anyone has an accurate number, but it's a tiny, tiny number of people. Most of the medical intervention is actually neutral. Things like beta blockers, which basically prevent the onset of puberty, and secondary sex characteristics, which enable that individual to make a decision for him or herself.
Puberty blockers, by the way, which have been treated or used to treat gender issues since the 1980s. So we do have long-term studies of them. We know exactly what they do to people. And they are fine to give to children, to give them some time to figure themselves out, to transition socially, or perhaps maybe they'll learn something more about themselves and think something different. Like,
when they reach the
it
age
just
of
buys
18.
some time.
Almost no one under the age of 18 gets any form of sex reassignment surgery. Almost no one. It is so rare that I don't think we even have a statistic.
According to them, if one person did it, it's like a national tragedy.
They consider sex reassignment surgery in any form a national tragedy, even for an adult who is actively seeking it. They're going after children because...
Right, because it's very religious based. God gave you the body he intended. And I like there was one guy on TikTok where he talked about that point, and he's like, okay, well, God gave me the body that he intended for me, and he takes off his glasses. He's like, I guess I don't need these anymore because God intended me not to fucking see.
They're playing on this transphobic fear that somehow hundreds of thousands, if not millions of children are going to undergo sex reassignment surgery. Sex reassignment surgery in any form is incredibly rare for children. It's actually not even that common for adults. Many trans people have social transitions in which they have no medical intervention. Others may undergo hormone replacement therapy, but not sex reassignment surgery. So even among adult trans people, sex reassignment surgery is not as common as people think. And even then, it's mostly with those going from male to female. For those going from female to male, it's actually quite rare to undergo phalloplasty, and that's adults. I don't know of a single case of that with children. The most common medical intervention is a neutralization. Puberty blockers, with parental consent, enable a child to delay the onset of puberty so they can decide when they reach the age of 18.
Well, she's very informative and very calm and collected about it.
What they want to do. The ultimate value here is bodily autonomy, and it is no coincidence that these same people who are coming out here to try to disrupt Drag Story Hour are
against bodily autonomy,
rabidly against reproductive rights and women's rights.
Trump's his own language and stuff that came out by the White House, his own anti-gay language was very You want to go over this?
I do. Quite the contrary. The Trump administration was the first administration to say that his goal was to end HIV in the United States by the year 2025. I think decriminalize homosexuality across the world.
Wrong.
That's why I'm not voting for him again.
I really dislike it when queer people try to defend, like, transphobic, bigoted people, like, with just pretty much nonsense. It's like they sound even stupider than the Trump supporters or the Republicans or whatever that are the religious fucking cooks that are speaking out against this shit. Like, it's just irritating. It's like, what, they're just using you.
Are you voting for DeSantis?
Yeah.
So wait. DeSantis is pro-gay.
How is he anti-gay?
No. How is he pro-gay?
Gay.
How is he? DeSantis could not be more anti-gay. And it's not just look at the legislation.
DeSantis is
Look at all the legislation.
What is the legislation?
So don't say gay. That's a. What is?
Don't say gay. So I'm moving to Florida. So you're telling
What
me
is
my
don't
answer,
say gay?
I can't say gay.
So not if you're a school teacher.
Can I answer it?
What is? Okay. Explain to me how he's supported the gay community.
Don't say gay. I'd like to answer if I can.
What is
the bill is called the Parental Rights and Education Act.
Yeah.
And what the bill said was that it's not appropriate to have conversations in the classroom about sex and gender ideology to anyone in 3rd grade or younger. It doesn't.
He expanded it. He moved it to 12th grade.
I know that. Well, hold on. But
DeSantis is smart enough. I think he's smarter than Trump. I think he knows exactly what he's doing. He made it very vague in its wording so that he could apply it when he wanted to. He doesn't have a particular ideology. I think DeSantis is a very specific ideology. And it weirds me out when you have people that don't see that they don't see that ideology. They don't see that these people are anti-gay.
But you can't tell me one way he's anti-gay.
Don't say gay, Bill. Banning
why do you think it affects gay people that you can't instruct? And that's the exact word in the bill, instruct.
And they expanded it to 12th grade. I mean, it's very all-encompassing. You can get fired if you're talking about this.
Something I'd have to go over. I haven't read the new version of the bill, so I'd have to before I got into specifics. But
I haven't read the new version.
What's happening in the schools?
What's happening in schools?
Look around you.
There was a guy here, he's from the Walk Away movement. Him and his friend are saying that Trump and DeSantis are not anti-gay, that they're pro-gay, and that it's all a misunderstanding and it's all like CNN propaganda.
Oh, brother. Any group, including any marginalized group or underrepresented group, there will be a number of people who, for whatever reason, you could call it internalized homophobia, transphobia,
internalized misogyny, internalized white supremacy,
internalized racism, gravitate towards the power centers who are propagating white supremacy. And that is not a new phenomenon. A small number of Jews who supported Hitler and Mussolini. In any marginalized group, you'll find a small number of people who gravitate towards the enemy. Caitlyn Jenner has...
I feel like it's a sort of pick me thing. Like, pick me, I'm the good gay. Like, pick me, I'm the good trans person. I'm the one you like. Pick me, I'm the quiet and complacent one that you can deal with and put up with. I want you to like me because I'm quiet enough for you. That's what it feels like to me.
In the past, said positive things about both Donald Trump and Ted Cruz.
She has helped spread so much anti-trans hate, bigotry and propaganda.
When Caitlyn Jenner came out, she had the most public transition of any trans person in history. She was on the cover of Vanity Fair, and the mainstream media made the mistake of crowning her the queen of the trannies, as if she represented the community. Do you know, before she transitioned, she didn't know a single trans person. She actually called up 1 or 2 celebrities to ask them for advice. She hadn't even attended a support group. I'm the coordinator of the transgender support group at Queens Pride House. She's a multimillionaire right-wing Republican who has terrible politics. The media somehow thought, because she was coming out transitioning...
They assumed that she was, progressive.
And that she represented the community, when in fact her credibility within the transgender community
is zero.
Has gone from not very high to zero. Caitlyn has no connection whatsoever to the transgender community. Just being transgender doesn't mean you represent the community.
I'm a far leftist, so yeah, there's a lot of dissension amongst leftists. I don't think you can find two leftists that can agree with each other. Most leftists can hate each other. All we agree on is that Matt Walsh is a piece of shit.
I mean, it's true. It really is true. Leftists will attack other leftists before they attack the real enemy, because like they feel powerless, and it's easier to do. It's easier to blame people that are supposedly on your side for not taking down the man well enough along with you, or in the way that you like. So it is a really dog-eat-dog world on the left side, and in that sense, the right side truly is more united with that.
No comment.
And most leftists, if you talk to them, they can stand each other.
But they get in line with each other. That's why y'all went.
They march, yes, leftists march with each other. They march with each other over certain issues. So if you actually...
Y'all voted for Joe Biden. You guys...
We voted for center-right Joe Biden over far-right Donald Trump.
You guys spent 6
What's center-right? Name a far-left policy of Joe Biden's.
Oh, maybe having transgender people in the White House to pull their boobs out and dance around. All my center-right friends are...
So some guests at the White House took some fucking pictures.
It was a joke.
Yeah, but I'm saying...
he's not center-right.
Vaccine mandates
that he supports.
Masking, yeah.
That's not a left-wing policy.
Yes, it is.
You guys love to say that the parties switched when we talk about the Democratic Party's history of racism. So if historically it's right-wing that's authoritarian, perhaps the parties switched again.
Right and left switched places. There's a lot of people that left the Democrats. They did the walk-away movement after the Voting Rights Act and the civil rights bills in the 60s, voting rights, civil rights of 64, 67, 65, and there was a huge switch. Then there was the Southern Strategy. A lot of people famously walked away. Ronald Reagan, after the civil rights bill, a lot of Democrats said, yeah, this is not my party anymore, and they bounced.
Suddenly people like 23, 24, whatever, and younger, 25% are identifying as LGBT.
That's a good thing, though. 25%, like...
It's not a good thing.
What's wrong with that?
It's not true. They're identifying that way because it's become...
It's not true? You don't know that. Because it's become trendy thing. No, it hasn't become a trend. It's become less closeted. You should know that. You're gay.
Trendy.
They did the same thing with gay people. Suddenly there's a surge in gay people. Everyone's turning gay. It's like, no, they're just coming out of the closet.
So.
I think calling being gay, lesbian, trans a fad, a trend, peer pressure, something you're peer pressured into, is a dangerous thing. As a gay man, I would want you to see how dangerous that type of talk is.
I think that we should absolutely provide an open and safe and loving environment for people to come out.
I do not think the conservatives and the people in the Republican Party are the ones that are creating safe spaces for children to come out.
No, right on the ball. They aren't there to protect children. None of them actually give a flying fuck about children. This is just the angle they're taking because it's working for them. That's it. There's never been any care for children from them. Even in reproductive rights, obviously they don't give a shit about children. They just don't give a shit.
It's a weird thing to think that they are. If you just said, listen, I made $1 billion. I don't want to pay taxes. I don't want to pay any of that. And that's why I'm voting for Republicans. I'd be like, you know what? Makes sense. If you're saying I'm voting Republican because they're a better party for gay people, that's a weird take.
Do you think that they're not affirmative enough or embracing enough? And I agree with you.
I don't think the Republican Party has a real plan. And I think that these types of identity issues are a great distraction from that.
That was a long day. Yeah, seriously.
What are the talking points you have with regards to trans people in sports? I'm going to hear about this at Thanksgiving, and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Thanksgiving's the time when I'm going to hear about all trans people in sports.
Yeah. There are so many myths. First of all, the number of trans people participating in sports is tiny. Number two, when you're talking about transgender medical interventions with hormones. Sex reassignment surgery has nothing to do with sports performance.
I saw a funny thing today where a guy said, like, he worded it like something like this. Like, there was a trans kid in soccer, taking up soccer, and when the trans kid was asked, like, why did they choose soccer, and they said because their mother told them that they either had to pick playing an instrument or playing a sport. And the guy's like, well, obviously trans kids are taking up sports not because they want to, but because they're trying really hard to avoid piano lessons. And I gotta say, that's got some logic there to it. That sounds about right. Do you want to play piano? No. I'll take up a sport,
Right.
thanks.
So if you're talking about hormone replacement therapy, those who are going from male to female undergo estrogen-based hormone replacement therapy, which actually weakens their muscle mass. So it not only does not help them, it in some ways, in a sense, hurts them. Now, the argument that people make, and it's interesting that they almost invariably focus on trans women, not trans men, trans girls, not trans boys. But the argument that they make is that males have an inherent advantage. When you look at human beings, there is such a range of physical attributes among those.
She's fabulous. I like her a lot. She explains things so fucking well.
Assigned to the male sex and those assigned to the female sex. That it is almost impossible to generalize. A number of states have now enacted laws that essentially prohibit trans girls from participating in competitive or team sports with cisgendered or heteronormative.
Her voice is making me sleepy, though. Her voice it has something like of an ASMR quality. It's like I want her to read children's stories to me. I think that'd be great. She's got like a children's story hour vibe about herself. She needs like a little puppet friend to like teach like good wholesome lessons to children.
Girls on girls' teams, which is profoundly misguided. The number of trans girls participating in any of these sports is minuscule. It's a handful, and it's not going to alter anything. And secondly, when they do participate, they have enormous disadvantages.
She probably has to explain this stuff a lot. Yeah. Yeah, it's true.
Hey, how are you? These are friends of mine.
The last time I was here when they had one of these protests, it's a lot quieter than it was last time. Last time they were really loud, and they get very upset if you start talking to them about Matt Gaetz. So.
I spoke to Matt Gaetz once.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I called him a pedophile.
Very nice. On the subject, what? So the guy who founded the Sound of Freedom movie got arrested for kidnapping a child? What? How do I find that? Oh! You've gotta be kidding me! One of the thousands of patrons of crowd-funded anti-trafficking film Sound of Freedom was recently arrested and charged for child kidnapping. Fabian Marta was charged with felony child kidnapping in July, while since removed Facebook posts appeared to show the same person revealing their pride in funding the film. Oh my god, Marta's name appears in the movie's credits among the investors who helped bring Sound of Freedom to the theaters. Sound of Freedom dramatizes the story of anti-child sex trafficking organization Operation Underground Railroad and its founder, Tim Ballard, who is played in by the movie of Jim... blah, 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 blah. Anyway, St. Louis Metropolitan Police confirmed to Newsweek that Marta, 51, from Chesterfield, Missouri, was charged on July 21st and was arrested on July 23rd. Police also provided a booking photo of Marta, which appears to show the same person pictured on a Facebook account of the same name. Screenshots of since removed posts from multiple online sources seen by Newsweek, which could not be independently verified, show Marta speaking about his involvement with the film. The Sound of Freedom movie tackles a very tough subject and took extraordinary effort to bring it to the movie theaters. One of the screenshotted posts said, "I'm proud to have been a small part of it. If you see the movie, look for Fabian, Marta, and family at the end of the credits." Fabian, Marta, and family appears on a list of funding contributors in the film's credits around 129 minutes and 30 seconds into its runtime. Marta's next court date is listed in records as August 28. Court records do not yet list his legal counsel in this case. His bail was set at $15,000, but he was released on personal recognizance following an initial appearance on July 24th. The nature of the incident the criminal case relates to is not clear. The state of Missouri, child kidnapping is a class felony. If found guilty, Marta could face 10 years to life in prison. I hope it's life. Sound of Freedom's release was initially delayed after being bounced around by studios in the coronavirus pandemic, leaving many productions shelved. Makers Angel Studios said before nearly $5 million was crowdfunded for its theatrical release. Ah, Jesus. Well, okay, interesting. This person commented, child kidnapping is not the same as sex trafficking. Many child kidnapping charges stem from divorced parents removing a child in violation of custody orders. Verdict is clickbait, but you don't know that's what the situation was. It's very interesting how against this movie MSM seems to be. The fact that it is a nationally covered story is embarrassing for Newsweek. There are people who are so obsessed with this movie. A child under 14 in Missouri when his parents weren't looking. Well, obviously that's not a case of like divorce court, like this other lady was saying. Notice how they want to tie it to the movie studio. Why does any of this matter? Gee, I don't know. Does anyone think if he actually kidnapped a child, the bail would be released on a personal recognizance? Except possibly in a Democrat-controlled city? Well, there we go. And this person, lol, what? Trump has 3 indictments and he still has his passport and a private jet? 3 bogus indictments, says this other person, after Joe Biden took millions from foreign adversaries and there's... Of course, Trump's arrests are not to protect Joe, it's to protect Obama. Yes, I always love it when people blame things on Obama still. Anyways, that was interesting for sure. All right, my friends. I think that's all I have for me for the day. Where are we at? We are just over 4 hours of streaming. I think that's plenty. As usual, it was a pleasure to see all of you. Thank you to everybody who super chatted and supported me tonight. It helps out a great deal, especially because it supplements my income. I mean, don't feel pressure to like support financially or anything. It's definitely not a requirement, but it certainly helps when you do. Little bits help. The best way to support me is liking, subscribing, and the thing that supports me the most is coming to my live streams and participating in the chat. That means the world to me. That means the most to me. And I enjoy spending time with all of you. And today was very interesting, especially starting out with the Kai streamer who created that big controversy. And we even had a ton of his, like, fanboys come into our stream and try to, like, I don't know, overtake. I don't know what their goal was. They didn't really have a goal. But really interesting night. Very entertaining. I think I'm a little exhausted now. It was kind of exhausting. A lot of, like, crazy stuff tonight. Anyways, tomorrow, I believe there is a video release, a video premiere from Mark. Mark, if you're still in here, if you would like to drop a link to your YouTube channel, it'll be great. And I think Morg is also dropping a video tomorrow. Oh, thank you so much, Elise, for gifting a membership. And Cassie got it. Hell yeah. So we got 2 video premieres tomorrow that I'm excited for. I'm excited to see what Mark is doing. We haven't seen a video from Mark in a while. So I'm really looking forward to that. I mean, I always look forward to videos from Morg, but we haven't seen Mark for a while, so. Do. Premiere day tomorrow. There we go. So there's Mark's link in the chat. Mark, do you know when you're gonna premiere that? It'll be on the later side? Yeah, because I think Mark typically does like morning. Maybe yours will be later. So probably evening. But anyways, thank you all so much for coming. It was a pleasure to see you all. Nice to see everybody in the chat. You'll be here at work? Yeah. Anyways, yeah. All right, cool. So good night, everybody. Good night, Andy. Good night, Elise. Good night, Joe. Good night, Becca. Good night, Cassie. Thank you so much to our moderators, Cassie, Imaginista, Mark, and Susan in the house. Keeping the chat nice and clear and fresh. You'll be at work during Mark's stream. It's not a stream, it's just a video premiere. But yeah, you can always watch it whenever you want. Anyways, alright. I'm gonna go off and get a snack and a fresh beverage and chillax. Good night, MC Heavyset. Good night, Crystal. Good night, Lee. Kim. Cassidy, everyone who was in here tonight. Good to see everybody. Alright. Good night, everybody. Good night, good night, good night. Good night. We will see you again next week. Actually, no. I think I might not be able to stream next week. So it might be in 2 weeks. But anyways, I will see you when I see you. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night.